Good morning, Al. Good morning, Daylip. How you guys doing? What should we listen to today that is somewhat pleasant? You know what? I gotta change my go live notification. No, I don't. I gotta change my stream title because we are writing documentation. Release. Push for anathema. All right. And writing docs. That's all. What we're gonna do? Yeah, fresh out of the shower, you know. Should we pop that out? Maybe pop out. There we go. No one ever chats over there. That's fine. But we should be able to read it. Wow, what a useless thing. Why is that there? Let me just block this crappy element then, shall we? Preview. Can we just do that? No. Why is uBlock being so difficult? All right, you know what? Forget you then. YouTube, sort your stuff out, okay? Hello, cat peasant. How you doing? Hello, Enrico. I'm trying to figure out what we're gonna listen to today. I feel like we need documentation writing music. That's what we need. Question is, what is documentation writing music? I don't care what they do. They can give money to whomever they want. They can give money to me. I certainly don't mind. What I do mind is that their chat is shit. Why is it so shit? Why is there an annoying pop-up there? Why are the things covering things? It doesn't make any sense. Why are we so bad at making user interfaces? Is this genetic? Are we doomed as the human race to make shit UI for life? Is that it? Okay, what do we get if we search for documentation writing music? What does that yield? Writing essays and concentration music. No. We are the human race. We are the computer nerds, D3. We can't lay blame at someone else's feet. We are shit at UI. We're all part of this. We might not be the exact people that wrote it and built it, but we keep using it. We keep subjecting ourselves to it. They keep making it, and we're all part of it, right? We're all part of this cycle of bullshit. Music to write better. Okay, you know what? Let's just play it. I don't know if this is gonna make me a better writer. I feel like it's not. All right, let's try something else. It was on a Sunday that he decided that he had enough of user interfaces. Okay, all right. Yeah, but we're all part of this. It's all our industry, right? We're not We're all there is no like one person to lay the blame on. This chain spans across so many domains, right? We're going from people who write about user interfaces, people who build user interfaces, people in charge of user interfaces, people who use the user interfaces. It just there is no one person to lay the blame at. We're all bad. All of us. We're in this perpetual state of badness when it comes to user interfaces. We might not write them, but we accept them, right? You have never met UX designers because two things. One, I know you program Rust, and two, that would imply you've been outside, so I know that's a lie. I don't think it is managers, okay? I don't think it's just managers. All right, I think this goes deeper than that. Write better stories. Is this it? 2 hours of this. This better not be fucking piano music again. Why is writing associated with some kind of low energy depressing music? Okay, I wanted to get some you know, nice mood music for this. Fuck me. Oh my god. Okay. Right. Hello, Daniel. How you doing? Yes, absolutely. You're guessing it. You're guessing it, D3. Okay. It's this. You're guessing it now. Okay. It's not just the managers. It's everyone. I mean, you know, you be whatever you want, whatever makes you happy, mate. Right? I am. I haven't known you for 20 years. Okay, I've never had this conversation with you. I'm having this conversation with the community now. I'm saying that we have to do better. We can't just keep churning out these rubbish UIs. Anyway, let's write some UIs, shall we? I need some music, so let's go with some copyright-free music. Or do I want copyright-free Minecraft parkour? This is difficult. Difficult choice. How long is this thing? No, I don't want 15 seconds of that. Get out of here. I feel like this isn't matching my mood now. Happy. Okay. Let's do it. No. All right. Should I just play the usual stuff and get some headphones for myself to listen to something else? Okay. Anyway. Visit university. Nice, Danny. Nice. Troll needs substance too. There you go, right? The happy one, but I think we've heard this so many times, right? It's like we've heard this in every shitty YouTube video. That's why, right? Yeah, but that was obviously a joke. My goodness, good sir. That was clearly a joke. If I'm gonna have to specify everything that is a joke on this channel and this community, I think it's easier if we say, I will try to specify the things that are not, okay? Just so we can get somewhere. All right, 3 hours, no copyright music for live stream. Let's do it. Okay, so we have to do a little bit of writing today, which means we're gonna go and visit the guide. And the guide is not how you get across the galaxy. If you don't get that reference, you're a Philistine. And let's go to Anathema Guide. That's what we want today. Okay, so we're gonna have a look in a book online what this looks like now. There you are. There you are. Sorry, hang on. Are you talking into a reflection now or what, right? 42 and a half. Oh, you shut your filthy mouth, you do, you dirty boy. Okay, before we get cancelled, I love you all. We are going to update the guide because this is missing some very fundamental stuff, but we also have to restructure this thing a bit. The only thing that I'm going to leave as is this section. The other stuff is way too... This is a very intense music, isn't it? All right. Hello, Caleb. So yes, we're gonna break this down into smaller components. It's horrible Gen Z music, but send me something. Send me something that I can listen to on stream that isn't 3 minutes long. I need something that goes on for like an hour that we can write to. Okay. I'd play some music off my phone if I could, but I don't think that's gonna be okay. Right. I can't send you anything that possibly won't get you cancelled. Well, there you go, right? Do some GIFs as well. Oh shit, that's a good idea, Enrico. That's a good idea. But then you redeem yourself, and then you constantly disappoint me. Okay, you're like my son. Okay, a constant disappointment. I'm kidding. That's a really good idea, right? That's a really good idea. All right, let's see. What do we have here? Oh yeah, I gotta announce this thing. All right, writing documentation. Sorry, whoopsie. I forgot to do the go live notification on Discord. There you go. Writing docs and possibly releasing anathema. There you go. That's bloody well done. You like my other son, who isn't a constant disappointment. Good work, Janelle. Okay, I'll stop that now. Streamer mode. Did you push your latest changes so I can check this? All right. How you doing? I can't. I'm sorry guys. I can't do this music. This is just like, it's like having my testicles run over by a car repeatedly. I just can't. We have to do something else. Oh, okay. I bet this isn't your jam. Then why are you linking it then? Dad? You know, I'm not even gonna look at the graphics on that thing. I'm just gonna put it on because it's not what we just listened to, right? I have no personality. All right. Hello, F Strike. How you doing? Hello, Emil. Right. So I am okay. We're gonna break this one down. Oh shit! You know what I was gonna check? I was gonna check another microphone I have, but you know. Sometimes personality is bad for cranking out work. Could be. But it's not something that we aim for. Okay. Yeah, this is not something I can write to, but I do appreciate you for sharing it though, right? No joke. I'm serious. I appreciate that. Because sharing music is something very personal. And when someone shits on a song, even though they don't intend to, they can sort of come off as they're shitting on the person who likes the song. That's criticizing the taste. But, you know, we shouldn't be so concerned about that. Let's try this thing. Thank you for trying. Adlek, how you doing? All right, we're gonna be here for a while, aren't we? 2 hours and 46 minutes. You know what? I'm hoping this is it. All right. Try with Tosi. Okay, we'll do it. We'll go with this thing, right? So we have to write. We have to write this. Try the disappointing son choice. Okay, let's cue it up then. Let's cue it up. Thank you. So the documentation was very sparse because there wasn't really that much that you could do. But we've now reached the point where you are not going to be able to just figure it out, right? And when you leave that as the documentation for a project, going, you figure it out, I think you've kind of lost at that point. Or when you say dumbass shit like the code is documentation, that is only correct in things like standard library for Rust and also SIG apparently. But you know, okay, yeah, I can do this. This music works. This I can write to this. This is sort of something that I could listen to late at night while I'm working on something. Not that I'm ever up late at night, but you know. Okay. This is a guy for dev branch. We're going to change this. We're going to change this. I'm waiting for some feedback from Doddy. Yes, okay. That's pretty good, D3. Right, so this is no longer viable as documentation. We're going to rewrite this thing. First of all, I think we're going to... Doddy reported an issue. We're going to release Anathema very, very shortly. But at least we're going to merge into the main branch today. So we're gonna skip this part. We're going to get rid of this from the introduction. Bop. There we go. Fast and easy way to write large text user interfaces and ship the templates with application. Give the end user the option to customize the layout. So we're still doing this, and I think we're gonna have to update the API for this for registering components. So that's gonna be a breaking change, but it shouldn't be too bad. I'm gonna do this breaking change before we do the jam. Okay. And let's go pop over to the next one. Getting started. Yeah. All right. So we're going to change the getting started part. I'm going to take that out. We can leave this. We can leave this in there. We can change this to beta soon, maybe. Yeah, I'm okay with this, even though I personally would prefer the prelude to be there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this code and then we're gonna go to oh, I'm not in Tmux. Oh man, what a scam. So let's go to config vim alt snips Rust. We don't have a Rust. Yeah, we do. All right. Snippet. And a base. And what should we put in here? We're going to put this in there. Alas, we are not quite gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna change this to prelude because that's what I want. Component. And skip that. That's gonna be index, most likely. Runtime.register component. Index. Temp. Actually, let's go with index.aml. And 2 empty bobbins there. I think that should be sufficient. So in our temp, bam, all right, there we go. So if we were to do a cargo add, we could now do a cargo run, and hopefully this will be fine. Yeah, we don't have the index. Echo text, hello world. to index.aml. Okay. I think that's sufficient. Then we're gonna pop out of here. Actually, we're gonna go into nearvim, git add, git commit, -am, added anathema snippet. Apparently that's a word I can't write. There we go. Yes, here we are. Okay, so getting started. Yep, I think this is fine. Prelude is mentioned here. So create documentation is going to point to the wrong one. Although we're going to still leave this. This is very old. This is very old. Oh my god, how old. Okay, next up is the runtime. Now, what do we need to do about the runtime? Do we need to break down the runtime into multiples, right? It can do that, Danny. Yes. Okay. Configuring the backend. The following settings are available. Enable raw mode. Enable mouse. Enable alt screen. Hide cursor. So I don't know if this is this resetting correctly now? Cargo run. Yes, it is. Excellent. Yeah, this is the only thing you can really do. So runtime is sort of fine. Although it isn't really fine. See, we have the runtime and we have the backend, and the runtime is where you register components. But I kind of feel like how do we do the overlap here, right? You need to know about components before you register components. Maybe we just move the runtime to after components. So we swap places. You're not gonna need them to be in order. So let's move runtime and components around. So I think at this point, we might as well split this and run and the book serve. And we can just open this thing. If my terminal would play or play along with this. Yes. All right. So we're not going to look at that one anymore. We're going to look at this thing. And let's hide that away. Is there a summary in here? So we're going to take the runtime and move it there instead. So we're swapping places between these two. So getting started. Let's go to components. A component exposes event handling and state management. Any type that implements the component trait is a component. This trait has no required methods. However, note that there are 2 required associated types. So we should mention that this thing has to be registered with the runtime. So let's break the runtime and the backend into 2. So where is our runtime? Backend. Although you don't really need much in terms of the backend. So we have runtime. We're just gonna have whoops. Backend. All right. Well, why don't you learn that word instead of being a dingus? There you go. Hello, Vinci. How you doing? So this is gonna be an example for the runtime. Configuring the backend. We're gonna move this to this side. Enable raw mode, enable mouse, enable blah blah blah. Control C. All right, so now we leave ourselves open to write more information about writing a custom backend, but that is way beyond the guide for now, so we're not going to deal with that. However, the runtime can now talk about adding components, so we can do adding components or registering components. That's what we have to do. So I am interested in something. Let me see. Desk mount keyboard halves. Okay, I'm gonna see what I need for this thing because I might try to custom mounts. I might try this. That would put me further away from the keyboard though, right? Okay. Not that. I don't have a standing thing. That ain't gonna happen. I'm not doing that to Herman. That's the data hand keyboard. Crazy setups. Gorilla arms. That can't be stable, can it? That's gonna move. But I want to get them mounted to my desk. Come on, man. Yeah, something like this. Although I don't want two lumps there. Well, it'll take me very far away from my desk though. Alright, okay, we're gonna build this. Alright, but first we're gonna do a game doll. And today's game is Civilization? But is it Civilization? That's what comes to mind. No. I have no idea what this is. What is this? Workshop? Dave the Diver? Not Dave the Driver. Wow, I am uncertain. Something machine? Credible machine? Because I mentioned that the other day. Oh man, I have no idea what this is. I don't know this game at all. This means nothing to me. Does anyone know what this game is? Ent. I can't even guess from this word. Something ends with ent. Amnesia, the Dark Descent. No. Pentiment. I don't know what Pentiment is. 2022. Way too new for me. PS5. Oh my god, are they out? Do you guys remember you couldn't buy them? And then when you could buy them, nobody cared. All right, so registering components. Before components can be used in a template, they have to be registered with the runtime. So we have two things we can do here. Hello, Wiry, how you doing? I was hoping that Dottie would show up, but they didn't. They said that they had issues with performance. Git reset, git pull, cargo run, release. Let's see if this is performing well. This looks fine to me, but I'm guessing they did something else here. And now it's not gonna be fine. This looks pretty good, Dottie, if you're here. But it does seem to be a little bit jerky. All right, should we cargo flame graph this? Yeah, okay. So the Pathfinder is what's costing us the most here. So calling update tree. Let's have a look at update tree. Whoops. Where are we calling update tree? We're calling it here. So it's the change drain. Yeah, I bet this comes from apply changes. Does it slow down over time? I just have to look at this. I think we just have like large quantities of changes and we can compress these changes maybe. So let's do that. Let's do the weird thing we did last time. Wait, hang on. I need to run this on... all right, okay. Let's just run this for a few seconds and see what happens. It could be that Dottie has a very different computer to me as well. Let's see if it slows down over time. It does seem to slow down. It does seem to get jerkier and jerkier. Wow, it's really weird. So if you kind of follow the green text down with your eyes, or if you just look at the black characters in the background changing. I don't think it's slowing down over time, though. I'm just looking in the top left corner. Now I'm going to look in the bottom right corner. I'm not getting the sense that it is slowing down. But there's like there is slowdown happening, but it's not slowing down overall on it's not slowing down overall, it's just slowdowns that happens. Yeah, it's not getting slower and slower, it's just slow. Yes, exactly. And let's do a git reset and run this again. Okay, well, no, we can't do that. We want this to be size width. There's a chance that this was never run in release mode, but it does seem to be a little bit flaky. So let's do another cargo flame graph here. Cargo flame graph. Because now we're gonna do a flame graph over the dev version before we make any changes. Now, just to reiterate, this is an insane amount of stuff happening, okay? I think every single element is a component, okay? All right, so we are looking at 122 by 55. We're looking at 6,700 components. As far as user interfaces goes, that's quite a lot, right? It is a nice stress test. We're definitely gonna deal with it, right? But just to put some thought into this, we have 6,700 components on screen being updated. So we're gonna change this to use our path instead. All right, so now we can, I think this should look the same. as this one. Yeah, they're similar. Yes, I do believe it's not really down to tree traversal, but it is in the update tree, which comes from the runtime. And if we look at updates, this thing here that we're calling. So when we drain our changes, we're going to do that kind of silly thing again, where we open a file and we dump the contents, the number of changes in there, right? So let's do a... open options, new, append, write, and open log.lol is what we called this last time. And that's going to be the file. We need a write trait in there so we can actually write to the file. And we're going to do a file.write. And we're going to write a format string into as bytes. And we can just unwrap that because we do not care. Okay then. And we can just unwrap that because we do not care. And we have to make that mutable. What? Don't do things before my other hand. Okay, so we need to write how... We're going to print out how many do we have. And we're going to end on a new line, right? So we are... Actually, don't have to do that. We're just going to put in... What are we draining? Self.changes.length, right? I think that's what we need. What is this? Is it a stack? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we should be good. So we're going to see how many changes is it that we actually have. So let's just do a touch on temp log.lol. So we can do that. And then we are going to go over to raining glyph. Now, we want this in another window, I would have thought. Let's do this. And float that. And then we're going to do a tail -f temp log lol. There we are, right? No, certainly not. Well, maybe if we're adding more things than what is on the screen, but it should not be far from here, right? So the widget tree might contain widgets that are still in the tree, but they're no longer on screen. But it shouldn't be a significant amount over 6,700. Okay. So let's do a cargo run release and observe the tail. That's interesting. Oh, hang on. Yeah, because the changes are not just one, okay? We are mutating the collection. That's a change to the collection. We're mutating an element in the collection. That's also a change, right? And we're removing something that is a change, right? So this is not just one change. There are several changes. There are inserts, remove, and updates happening. So yes, there are many changes, but they're roughly, this is roughly consistent. So this is pretty fine. I don't think it will in this case, winter coding, but you guys can answer that better than I can. So this is good. These are good numbers. This is telling us that good things are happening, right? There is probably no way that this thing can be done well because we're making so many widgets, right? Okay, I'll stop it. So it's not really a case of this being bad. It's a case of we are basically treating every cell on the screen as an element, right? That is subject to multiple changes, okay? So we're looking at about 11,000 changes every frame, right? That's a lot. How can we improve this? The thing is, I'm not unhappy about it because there are so many changes and there's nothing we can really do about it. All right? This is imagine if you made this in HTML and every character was a div, right? So it's a little bit like that. I think even the optimization that I want to add, I don't think that's gonna help in this case. Yeah, I wish Doddy was here. But a screen recording has to be in the same... it has to be in the same frame rate though, right? It's going alright, Expander, how you doing? Oh, the way you should do this, Wire, is to use a canvas and draw on the canvas, right? Not this way, right? This is like treating pixels as individual elements that has state. It gets tricky. Or for the tired, you can do that too. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot to answer Boppy yesterday. No stress, mate. Okay, there we go. How do I name your projects? It depends, right? Anathema is a play on words because anathema is a curse, right? Or someone that is cursed, and curses is something that we are familiar with for drawing in the terminal, like end curses and all that, right? I made another project and I named it Binky. Binky is a little thing that Bunny does when they're really happy, and it was just a thought that made me really happy, so I just named it Binky, and it's a completely ridiculous name. Just name it whatever you want. I don't think project names are that important, right? You could name your project Pancreas, and I'm sure it would be fine. Maybe not medical terms, right? Flagpole, right? Call it flagpole, and I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, so yes, of course. So what we're actually doing here is we're drawing glyphs. If we wanted to, we would move this into a canvas and we would draw each character on a canvas instead, since we're redrawing every single frame, right? Yeah, some things have, right? Flagpole is a euphemism. Well, maybe the program is something rude and you're being a Richard about it, right? There you go. You just draw your parallels, right? Or, you know, call it whatever, right? Light switch, door frame, tire, goat. I'm just naming things that are in my room now. Okay, so yeah, right. So if you're gonna write this project, then don't do it like this, right? Don't treat every single element, because there's no way we can optimize this. You have to go through the entire widget tree to do this update, right? You have to go through the widget tree to apply the updates. You can't really do much about that, right? But if we had a canvas, we don't have to do any updates. We just have to access the canvas object, right? Widget tree, yeah. What are you complaining about now? Anathema John Terp is a play on words. It's a terminal user interface library or a text user interface library for drawing in the terminal. So you can do things like this, right? Canvas would not track changes. That is correct. It would just modify things that is there. So the canvas has not been optimized. So if we wrote this using the canvas, we could probably do a lot of performance updates. But since the amount of changes we have are around 11,000, we have no other choice but to go through the tree and update it. And this is what takes up the majority of work here, right? Now, on the other side of this thing, there's this guy, which comes from layout and paint, and these we can optimize, just not in this case. Layout and paint can be optimized to do a lot less work, right? But we can't yet. And we wouldn't be able to do in this case, right? We can optimize things so they don't do work when they don't have to. But again, you cover the entire screen, you're gonna have to do the work. The only way that we could possibly do anything about the update is to make it multi-threaded. But then we have a different overhead. Canvas can't have automatic layout. I don't know what that means. Automatic layout. A canvas is just a square object that will fill all its available space, and you can draw on it. You can get a copy of or get a reference to the canvas and say, put the pixels or put these characters here, kind of thing, right? It would still be slow because we still have to draw the actual matrix across it, right? But it would not be subject to these things, right? So if we were to change it, we would be, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna comment this code out, but I'm gonna leave it in here because there's a chance that we want to look at this thing again, right? After documenting, right? Do we have a canvas in here? No, so he's treating this as the canvas. Oh, I failed the game though, bean juice. I think we should add a use memo hook so we can shallow compare components to prevent re-rendering non-updated widget, and then this is not entirely what we're going to do, but if you look at this thing, instead of drawing the changes when applying the changes, we can keep the changes and use them in subsequent updates, which means we know which widget has changed. So we're not removing the changes, we're keeping them to the end of the frame. And then we can store size and constraint on the widget, and if the widget changes but the size remains the same, then there's no reason to perform a layout on the entire tree, only the widget itself needs to be repainted, okay? So we kind of already have a plan to do that, right? Yeah, I failed. It was, well, you know what? I'm not going to say what game it was, because you might want to play it yourself then. Oh, you just describe React. Yeah, that will be the signaling in React then, right? React also has the virtual DOM. When has that been taken out, does it no longer do the comparison? That's actually what one of the earlier versions of Anathema had. It had two visible trees that were compared and diffed, and we drew the changes. But this is most likely gonna outperform that, right? I have to say most likely because I do not know. But before we fix this, I'm gonna go into Discord and I'm gonna say to Doddy, I think that we are snookered. I don't think we can improve the performance of this on my machine. In my terminal, we are causing over 11,000 changes. So let's write that out. Changes for each frame, and every widget in the tree needs to be updated. I see. Okay, so let's go back to what we're actually supposed to be doing though, right? So before components can be used in a template, they have to be registered with a runtime. There are two types. Yeah. So where are we with this thing? We're gonna look at the old code for this. Component exposes event handling and state management. Any type that implements component trace component has no required, however, not the two required associated types. If the component does not need to handle state or receive messages, this can be set to the unit type. Component has to be registered with the runtime before it can be used in the template. All right. Runtime, register component, register default component. If a component is associated with state, both implements default, is sure to use register default. But this doesn't work for prototypes today. Maybe this is one of the places where we do the update though. But we have to rethink this entire API because right now you're forced to insert a path to a template. And this isn't really what everyone wants. Some people want to pass a string. So we need a different way of doing this. Oh, I had a thought here. So why don't we do this? Where's the register? Why don't we do to path here or to template? Right? That would be pretty good. So we actually specify whether we want a template or not. And if you don't specify to template or to path, then it will just go with path by default. And then we have to put this in the prelude. And we make it an extension trait for a string reference. So inside our templates, we can put this in the root, can't we? Maybe we don't. Where's the... Oh, hang on, that's gonna go from the runtime register component, which does this, add component. And that's going to be into source kind. We are now going to say that this is source kind. We're no longer having that. And we get rid of this thing. And then the template path is as ref stir. No, not as ref stir. We are into source kind. Is that what we had here? Yeah, source kind. Is source kind not public then? It is not. But it is now. Actually... Let's do this. How's it going? So we just need to do these things, okay? So we'll have a trait here to source kind. And no. should we do this? To path. Source kind. Yeah, like that. That's what we're gonna do. And then this thing will be to template. Okay, and then we can import for every type T that implements asref stir to source kind for T and this will always be a path. No, it won't. It would be source kind path self.in asref into yeah. So now if you pass a string, now we can pass anything that implements to source kind, right? But I am not sure. That's right. This iced tea isn't very good. I think the iced tea has failed. The reason I don't think it's very good is I suspect that this iced tea is actually just water that's been in the same room as a tea bag. So we just have to default if we don't pass anything. I'm going to include the source kind to source kind in the prelude. Okay. So the idea is to call to template when we don't want that. So when we register a component, this template should be anything that implements two, but it shouldn't be two source kind. It should be a source kind. Or into source kind would be okay. That's not exported by the templates. Where does the source kind live? Alright, that's literally causing more errors. Still in the runtime. Yeah, come on, where are you? Actually, we can probably find the source kind here. All right, this is in source components. So let's use source kind and no. Okay, wrap this in curly braces, please. Why? All right, you know what? Let's just do this then. Since my hands don't want to play ball today. All right, so we're gonna expose that. Then in our runtime, we should be able to fix this now. So if we pass a string, we should call a function on it. So adding a component here is what we're doing. Enjoy it, right? So we have the source kind. So that's now the template. I think we're gonna take out register default for now. And we're gonna make this as seamless as possible. We're gonna start by taking all this out. So we only have one thing working for us. These errors here has to be to template, which doesn't work until we import the source kind. And now we're good. Yeah. This is a bit crazy, but there you go, right? We don't need the path buff here. Whoops. So over here, we should be able to call to template or to path, right? But we don't want to implement the source kind here. We want this as part of the prelude. So templates, source kind to source kind. So it is a little bit sketchy when you default import or when you import traits inside a prelude. But in this case, these are pretty... this is a non-issue. It's a non-issue. To path and to template. Now the to path might clash with something, but I predict that there will be very little issues around this. Great prediction. Definitely not going to bite me in the arse. So here we're passing a string slice. Oh no, we're doing a register prototype. Okay, forget that. We're not ready for that one just yet. Here we're calling to template, but this could also be to path, which is actually what we should be calling here. Now, if we don't specify anything and we just do this, then we are going to yes, I see what we have to do. So we have to do a to source kind for source kind, which is a little bit funny. Import to source kind for source kind, and fix that, and we're just going to return self here. Okay. So why are we doing this? So if we're passing a string, then and then here we'll do a to source kind. Then here we're just going to return self dot to path. Hopefully this makes sense. No, we're not. We're going to get rid of that, and we're going to whack that over here as the default. And here we are doing the same things. We're calling toPath on the source kind. So if we call toTemplate or toPath, then we have generated a source kind, and then calling toSourceKind on self is just going to return self, no matter what you call. So you've already established what it is. If you pass in a string, however, and you don't specify what it is, it will automatically fall back to the path. Hopefully that makes sense. And now we can call nothing on this thing. What do you want? Right, there we go. So now we can call this, and we would end up with a path. But if I call toTemplate here, we are no longer ending up with a path. So now we have done very little work for the end user. As a matter of fact, you don't have to change anything. But if you want to, you can now do things like, say, const template, which is a string slice, is equal to include stir, all right? And we can put a string in here that has to exist. So let's go with template.aml, all right? That means that this thing has to exist. Let's do this, index.aml instead. And we're gonna make a new source index.aml. And then we're gonna have a text saying hello included world, like so. And now this compiles. Then we can change this to read template. To template. Hello included world, right? So if I do this, it's gonna try to load hello included the world as a path. What? Did I do that? Into source kind. No. Import to source kind. All right. And then here we're gonna call to source kind. Is that it? All right. So now it should fail because there is no template. There is no template called. Well, we don't have that. However, if we were to modify our main function or our index.aml and say template.aml, which is now a very strange way of doing this. Really? Do we have to trim this thing? Yes, there we go. That's better. Although that technically makes no sense. But we have the option. Let's not do the dumbassery that I was doing, right? There you go. Okay, so now we're trying to load template.aml in the index. Whoops, index from source. There we go. Okay, so here we go. Hello included the world. And if we go back to main, and we change this thing not to be that, but to be template.aml, and we run this thing, we get this. Although it seems a little bit. Oh yes, of course. I got rid of everything. Oh my god. Okay. Where are you? There you go. Right. So you have the options now. This is a quality improvement with no intervention. It's backwards compatible, basically. But I don't think we're done yet. I think we can do better. Whoops. I think we can do better than this. Well, we should be able to call toPath here as well. Although we can, but it won't do anything. And if we do call toTemplate, it's gonna try to treat this as a template, which is nothing, right? It's just gonna crash because template.aml is not a thing, right? Okay, next up, on the agenda. So this was not a big fix, but it adds quality. Maybe we can make this easier. Should we invert this process? Maybe. No, we should not. That was dumb. I was gonna say we could do something, not necessarily farmer, only sometimes. We could do something where we take the component, like the parent, and then we could register this thing by passing in the index and the template and selected screen and all that stuff. We're not really doing anything different there. We're just shifting this into the component. So by doing this, we don't need the word component in there, but I do wonder about how sensible that is. I think we don't do that. There's no real benefit to it. But I would like to minimize these things. So we have register component, then we have register prototype. And we need a third one. We need to have a third one that is going to default to using 2 units. So you have something like runtime dot register the name and the template, and that's it. So this would be akin to using register default with 2 units, or actually with a singular unit, right? By doing this, because this should work. So where do we go from here? Do we try to shorten the names? Is there any value in doing that? There kind of isn't. Do I know Chubby? No, I don't. That is just terrible, binges. Okay, so registering this component. Nice try though. Nice try. Register the component. I can't think to shorten this. But was she eating 10 potato crisp bags a day? I am struggling to shorten this. Maybe we change the word register to add, but that just reduces the size of the word, and that's not a big issue. Hello, Danaka, how you doing, buddy? I was actually awake, but I was not. I was like, I looked at the time when I went to bed, and I was like, oh man, I could have gained for 11 minutes, and then I just passed out. But see, this is what I take issue with, right? Now, if you're eating 10 bags of crisps every day, then that's a thing. But if you're not, right? Not tapeworm from the dark web. Anyway, yeah, let's not do the exercise conversations today. It got an upgrade. Oh, nice one, Danaka. Really nice. So register default is going to, but we have to do something here because we need a prototype as well. Yeah, we have to make it work for the prototype. But it's a lot to type. Register default prototype, register default component. I wonder if we should just call it default prototype and default component, and then we just call this thing component and prototype. I think getting rid of the word register is the right thing to do here. Go on, tell me a secret. Go on, Bean Juice. I'm all ears. Call me Dumbo, because I'm all ears. Yes, but you still have to read those functions, Bean Juice. This is not about typing. This is about reading, right? You know this, but for those of you who don't know this, you spend a lot of time reading code, more time than you spend writing code. Sometimes, Akira. Well, I'm thinking that we could change register component to just be component, and register prototype could just become prototype. And then this could just become default component and default prototype. The word length doesn't influence how long you need to read the. Listen, Skylar, I'm just gonna let you sit on that one, okay? Right? I don't know if you know how words works, okay? But it's jokes aside, it's not just about that. It's about the visual noise, okay? Software grows, right? You can't get away from that. You can do all the refactoring in the world, but your software is gonna grow. The source code is gonna grow. So the thing is, I'm just gonna qualify this as nonsense that you can't back up with anything, right? And I don't care about any articles you're gonna link to, right? Because this is not relevant. Okay, listen to this. When you add really long function, I just have to say one word to kill this conversation. Enterprise, done, right? You fill in the rest. So yes, it does matter. But this is not just about the word that you have to type. This is about the visual noise that is in the code, right? Trying to, Jay. Exactly that, right? Exactly that. Anyone who's programmed Java or C# knows that word length most certainly matters when it comes to code. But I'm happy to bike shed about this a little bit. We are going to introduce breaking changes. There's no way around that. But I do wonder. Right? Only steroid. What's up? Just pure Trembolone and some TRT for it as well, right? Turkestrone as well, but everyone knows that's fake, right? That doesn't do anything. Yes, we're going to have breaking changes. Patterns are cool. Okay. So where do we go from here then? I think we can just change the component, and we will leave deprecation warnings with these. Any brain juice? For that we'll just do a creatine, right? Would Prime be able to understand this code? I have no idea what he'll be able to understand, Rebel. Set. Set component. I don't think we need to use the word add or set or register. So register is what you do, but I think you're not going to know this until you look in the documentation anyway. Maybe it's a little bit too sparse to have the component. Maybe add component has to be. Oh, man. Only bean juice. Yeah. This is dicey. This is... Yeah, we are kind of discussing implicit or explicit names now. That is correct. So these two I'm okay with. Can we do defaults for the type? I don't think we can. I think Rust supports that, but we can find out instead of doing the boring thing. Maybe register component is fine, right? So if we have a function here, can we do this? No, we cannot. Are only allowed instructs in types. Blah blah blah. Okay. Why can't there be? There can be two functions. I just want to shorten the name for the function. So we have register component. We have register prototype. Now we need default for components and prototypes. So you don't have to type out so much. You just want to try things out, right? Oh shit, we got lyrics now. All right. Okay, while I'm leaving the floor open for bike shedding around this, we are gonna do the prototype now, and this thing just have to change enough to look like this guy. There we go. The problem is that we have two defaults, right? We have default component and default prototype, right? Okay, excellent, Hakil. I will look into that. I need to rewrite the canvas anyway, because I've seen what Doddy did, and I think I've reached the end of how much we can optimize for that. Well, for now. And we should focus on optimizing the canvas. No, I agree with you, Bean Juice. I agree with you. But the thing is, there's the first time you do something, and then there's the rest of your life that you do something, okay? It's kind of... it's a trade-off, right? If you're going to be registering 30 components, then it's going to be annoying to have long, kludgy names, right? Not just to write, but to read as well. And if you know what they are, which is why we have names of commands like FD and RG and the likes, because we know what they are. We only have to learn it once, right? But there is certainly an argument for naming things good and proper. Why is this thing called register default widget? These two should clearly be gone. Oh, that's in the main function. We don't care about that. It's just sensible, right? It's just sensible to do that. But again, we're talking about trade-offs. And when you're doing something frequently, you want as little friction as possible, right? It's like a hot loop, right? You want to make sure that the code is highly optimized in there. Not, or in a loop rather. I have to add the word hot there. It's like in a loop. You want optimized code in a loop because you're spending a lot of time in there, right? So there are trade-offs to be made. Is this more music? Nice. Can't the function signature take care of what you actually meant? If you read 2 seconds longer, it's still better than to analyze and think a minute about it. Well, let me turn that around, farmer, and say, is it worth thinking about a minute for it once and then never have to think about it again and then type something short? This is not a general rule for everything. This is about doing something repeatedly for a specific thing, right? Within the context, right? So if we hypothetically name the function component, so you do runtime.component, there isn't really anything you can extrapolate from the context other than adding the component, because you're going to take ownership of the runtime, or rather the runtime is going to take ownership of itself. You're not going to have any more possibility to interact with it. Literally, the only thing you can do with the runtime is add components and start it. So there isn't really any confusion to that avail, except the first time you run into it, or if you completely ignore the documentation, which is a possibility that we should cater for, though, right? No, you're making sense, Bean Juice. And it's a very valid argument, right? It is very valid. I think three words in a function name is too many here, right? I think we could change register to add. That will reduce at least the amount of noise. So register a component and add a component isn't really any different in that sense. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're heading, the Skylum. The add is shorter, which means less things to have on the screen, less noise, as it were. And it's a small change to do. We're going to leave the register in there as well, but we'll make them deprecate. Actually, there's no point in making them deprecated, is there? Yes, there is. We'll make them deprecated. We just have to get rid of it before we actually publish this thing, right? No offense taken, farmer. You're right, but this is what I'm saying. If you imagine, if you will, that we went and changed HTML. So div was actually called divider and HR was called horizontal rule, right? Can you imagine what an impact that would have? Everyone knows that HR is drawing a horizontal line and the div is a block element, right? As a divider, right? You know this. You don't need this to be explained to you and you don't care. As a matter of fact, if we made the change to the HTML specification to change these words, the names of these elements into longer words, people would be pretty outraged and angry because everyone knows these words. Anyone who has to deal with that shit knows those words at least, right? Yeah, but now we're stuck on tooling. That is not forget typing. Think about repetition and reading. Typing isn't the issue. It's repetition and reading. We have not figured out the color yet, Jester. Not yet. Bean Juice has an idea. I think we're going to make these functions deprecated and call add under the hood of these things, right? I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go with what Skylar said as well, right? Add component, add prototype, and then add default. No, then we end up with three word names again, and that's what I don't want. I could settle. I can have register component that you are registering with the runtime. I can. You're adding it to the registry. I'm okay with calling this register component. I'm not too worried about that. It's really the default component and default prototype that I'm mostly interested in solving now. So forget register component, forget register prototype. Let's talk about the defaults, right? Add default component. Yeah, I just don't love having the 3 words in there, right? And the thing is, it's not even adding a default component. It is adding a component using the default of the component. Yeah, I don't think 3 word names is the best thing though, right? So if we're following this, then it should be add a default component for, right? But that's worse. If the function purpose is more about configuring or changing the default component and just adding it, then set default component would be more appropriate. I don't think any of it is. Add component default. You know, Hardkill, I love this. We're really thinking out of the box here, and we certainly could make this. We certainly could make this happen. So we could have this as function chaining, which would be interesting. Yeah, but now you made up syntax for a language that doesn't have it, okay? But I know what you mean. Yeah, but GPT is, as usual, missing the mark. So add component default. That doesn't quite roll off the old brain pan, does it? Wow, bike shedding. What a thing, right? But I get what you mean though, Rebel, and I appreciate the input. If you want to emphasize the action of applying the configuration rather than adding it, we're not applying this. This has nothing to do with configuration. The word configuration does not feature in any of this. Make a macro to support the syntax. All right, but we certainly could do that, right? It's adding a component based on the component's defaults, right? You can see the function here, right? This is what it's doing. Okay, let me uncomment this thing, and you can read the code for yourself and see what it does. We have to change this though, and then into becomes to source kind. Right, we are basically making use of components that implements the default traits, and we're using the default functions from that component. So when you register default, you just have to supply the component. And this also means that you can supply the unit type if you just want sort of a disposable test something rather. But we're not setting any defaults. We are making it possible to use a component identifier in the template. Say this as an OP exercise and give to bachelor students. We're not trying to be cruel, all right? We're not trying to be cruel here. Where this falls flat is we don't specify if this is a prototype or not, right? And I don't want 3 words in function names. We got rid of these things, right? Register default widget, right? Really old code as well. I'm not sure why that was there. Okay, well, we are... We could remove both of these functions and force defaults to be implemented, and then we wouldn't have any issues. But that would be really bad to do. That would be really bad. Is the caller always the same type? I actually don't understand what you mean. It's not component initialization. It is making it possible to add a component or a prototype. In the event of a prototype, we're only describing how to produce an instance, and that will be done at the time of need for this thing, right? Component initialization can happen anywhere. We're just having a component and a state associated with that component together with an identifier and a template. These 3 parts makes up a component entry inside the runtime, right? And that's what we're doing here. It really comes down to this thing, right? Default and prototype. And I don't want 3 words for it. But maybe there's no... So if we add 3 words, then we're kind of making this just as verbose as adding the component itself, right? So to put some emphasis on this thing, right? Imagine that we did runtime dot register default component, and then we're gonna have a unit here, and that's it, compared to just register component where we pass in the unit and the unit. This is actually less to write and read, arguably, compared to the one above. Do you see the problem, right? We're making this more verbose, and the goal here is to reduce visual noise, right? Now, we can come back to this thing. We don't really have to tackle this right now. But register default component is probably not a function name I'm going to be happy with. I think register with default is going to be probably just about as long, right? Register with default. It's even that is longer. And now I picked like the smallest, but still, right? So in this case, we're just gonna park this. This is not really relevant. All right, we can just park this for now. We like I said, we could invert this as well, so we can have the registration on the component itself, right? So we'd have the component parent new, and then we do component register with the runtime under the name index with the template.aml and the state that belongs to it. And that would be selected screen, which probably had a reason for getting that name some thousands of years ago, right? So we can reduce this to this call instead, but then the prototype would have to be something like parent prototype, and then runtime index template aml, and then here state you have to call selected screen new, although of course we can just pass in the function pointer like so, but let's put some emphasis on this so we don't confuse anyone, right? So you can do it this way as well, right? There isn't really a right or wrong thing to do here. Again, this is just bike shedding. But we're probably not gonna do this because this became kind of noisy, right? Yes, exactly that. So we're not gonna do that. But it would have allowed us to do something like this. But that's also shit. Specifically because we can't have the word default in there. It still have to be register or prototype. But then we could have gotten rid of the default stuff. Anyway, this looks cryptic. Yeah, we're not gonna do anything about it. I think we're fine. Let's get this out of there. We have a graph and a drop down. What is this? I don't know where did like my inputs go? Well, they might have been subject to register default, right? We're not gonna call it that, but yeah. What is still left to do for our release? Write the documentation, which is what we're here today, or I am. And the second part is gonna be the... So then after that, we're gonna start making some tweaks, but we have to sort of start to converge the API into something stable. Right now, we allow for breaking changes left, right, and center. Every time I push to dev, I post on Discord, hi everyone, I just everything up, and people can angrily fix the problems that I have caused. But we're gonna try to move away from that and move towards a more stable API. Which is why bike shedding is happening, right? This is not how you spell register either, but I'll leave it there. Now, there's no profit in here. All right, there's no profit. Yeah, we're gonna make some videos for this. I don't know how I'm gonna do the video though. We also need a logo, clearly, for this. And I'm kind of thinking something along the lines of, let's do a 32 by 32, something rather. And I was kind of thinking we can do like a screen. Make it a little bit roundish there. Could outline it a little bit. Probably not going to use white for the outline, but we'll just do something. And then in here, we just draw this beautiful shape and then we're done. Because I realized, I forget that I can't draw every now and then. Yes, thanks. I love to copy other people's content. It makes me feel that there's so much value in the amount of time I spend trying to come up with a video idea. Like I think it's underappreciated how much work it is to come up with an idea for a video when you try to put your own spin on things, right? Can't copy what is already copied. Did they copy someone else doing that? I mean, the thing is, there's no originality out there. Everything is building on an existing idea, though, right? No, everything is building on an existing idea. So there's a difference between being inspired by what someone else is doing and blatantly ripping someone else off, okay? So let me put it like that. I think we're in chill mode today, Sam. I wanted to make a little black bunny in here in memory of Lily, but I don't know how to draw a bunny, so I can't do that. All right. But I also think that we should have... and then we get rid of this thing. I have to look down to see what my alt key is, right? And maybe we can draw like an interface. We're clearly not going to go with this, just so you guys know. I'm just doodling now because it relaxes my brain. Yeah, that's a really bad icon. Okay, well, I got that out of my system now, so bye. Google a bunny silhouette. Yeah, I could try to pixelate one of those though, right? But no, I think it's... So, making content is difficult, and I think it's unfair to content creators to call what they're doing copying unless they are genuinely just copying someone straight up, vibe and all, right? I don't think making a tower defense has been original since forever, okay? Since like the first tower defense that was made, and that is obviously building on top of another idea, right? Now, if you go and make a stream that is focusing entirely on building a terminal user interface library with external templates and some kind of internal signaling thing, then and you're basing your stream identity on that, and you're copying my entire layout, then I think that's first of all, that's not going to do you any favors, right? But if you do something kind of different, maybe you focus on doing terminal games based on a terminal library with external templates, and you copy my layout, I think that's fine, right? You can, first of all, this isn't my layout, right? I didn't come up with this ID. There are plenty of streamers that has this, and I am most certain that I drawn inspiration from other streamers for how I set up my stream, just to be clear on that, right? What layout? The thing that you're seeing on screen right now, this thing, right? And I have said this repeatedly. If anyone wants to stream, if anyone wants to take this layout and or draw based on this layout or take this exact layout, I'm cool with it. I don't mind at all, right? There's only so much you can do, right? Yeah. Anywho. But that's why I don't think it's fair to say that people are copying people, because we draw inspiration and we build on other people's ideas as long as we don't straight up repeat what other people are doing, right? Like, there are people out there who do that, and they're even successful in doing that, and I think that's just boring, right? But I don't care about a success in that sense, right? I want to make my ideas with my tone and my thinking. However, I am struggling to come up with good and interesting video ideas, right? I do think about conversations we have, and I think, oh, maybe we can like build a video based on this, but you know. Not only do many copy the process of reaction content, the content itself is someone else's. There may many layers of piggybacking of other people's work into these. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not bitter about this. I'm not. If someone makes reaction content of my content, if I spend weeks building, making that YouTube video that we're never gonna see now. If I would have released that and someone would have done reaction content to that, I would have been okay with it. I still don't know if it's a symbiotic thing or a parasitical thing. I don't know. But I also know that there's no way I can crank out a video every day. So that's what people do, right? What's Sniper Wolf's business plan? My kid used to watch this person and I told her not to. I think it was Sniper Wolf, and she did some... And I could be remembering I could be thinking of some other content creator, but they did a video or something where they were just laughing at other people's misery. And I said to my kid that is not okay. Oh, she watched some other YouTubers. This was so disgusting. And I got so angry. And I told her, you can't watch these people. And I sat her down and told her why this is so wrong. They were doing like pranks and being assholes to someone at a drive-thru. And then they gave them $100 and said, oh, here you go for being a good sport. And I was thinking, you condescending kid, man. You little brat. You little shithead, okay? Treating other people like that and just thinking, why don't I just throw money at you? That will make the problem go away. Why don't I just pay for it, right? That just no, right? Absolutely no. How's it going, cool gamer? All right, calm down. I think something went wrong there, right? I think something went wrong there. All right, I didn't have the patience for that. I mean, I gave them a warning, and if you still don't stop, right? this is a bot. How can you tell? Right? She's trash and not really in the running to be considered people. Man, you have such hot takes and absolutes with everything, right? No, the music is still there. It's just very quiet music. Too cool for Rust School. Yeah. I honestly don't know, right? I don't know. But yeah, so I mean, I'm really interested in throwing ideas around for videos, right? If I watch reaction videos, the best I check out the channel. At worst, I wouldn't have seen the video either way. And if I see it later in my recommendation, most of the time I'll still watch it. So I think it's rather symbiotic. Yeah, I used to think that it wasn't, and I kind of felt like the argument is, well, if you make reaction content out of my content, if I told you not to, I wouldn't get those views anyway. But I feel like that argument doesn't really hold water in my mind. But I don't mind if people make reaction content out of my content. All right, I don't think that's a problem. I think that's just how YouTube works, right? You have a layer of people who spend a lot of time working and making videos. And then you have a lot of people who spend a lot of time making a lot of videos. And if you're gonna churn out videos every day, there is no way you're gonna sit there and have any originality to it. You're gonna have to do reaction content, because how else, like, do you understand how much work goes into making a video, right? There's an insane amount of work. You gotta write some kind of script. Get out of here. You gotta write some kind of script. You're going to record it. You're going to do retakes. You're going to draw the graphics. You're going to do the editing, right? This is hours, days of work, right? And I'm trying to do this on top of streaming, right? So it's really, we're going from I don't know. Am I missing some context to this comment, right? That might be the case, right? That might be the case, but I don't know this person, right? I am very concerned about how we don't treat people as people, right? Just because you have a camera and a microphone doesn't mean, and 10 million followers doesn't mean that you don't have human feelings, right? You get a little bit, you have to develop a bit of a tough skin when you're doing online content, because people have opinions. People who don't know you is going to have opinions on you, right? Right? Oh, that guy can't code. That guy's a twat. He says this thing. That guy's a fucking loser because sandwiches. I don't know, right? Sorry for cursing again. I don't know. Like there's a lot of that happens around people be like, oh, Logan Paul is a terrible person or whatever, right? But I don't know them, right? Some people make content where they come off as complete holes, but I think they're just doing that for the clout, right? Although I guess at that point you're kind of signing up for being called an a-hole, right? But I really I'm concerned about how we are so comfortable calling another human a piece of right? It's like, oh, that person is rubbish. And like, I mean, I get that you don't like the content. I get that you don't like some of the things you do. And I will call someone a POS if they make fun and humiliate someone and think that throwing $100 at them somehow negates that. And the problem is, if that person doesn't take the money and they go, you're a little brat, you're an absolute POS. I have no idea what you think you're doing, but you need to understand how the world works, okay? Because you can't treat people like that, right? That wouldn't make it into the final edit. So either you take $100 for your humiliation, or there will be no justice for it anyway, right? They attack people based on their gender, sexual, skin color, religion. They choose to do that. I have zero time for that. Oh, no, I agree with you. I don't know who they are in this conversation, but I agree with you, right? Attacking people in general isn't good. YouTuber doing the reaction is definitely the more advantage person as making a reaction. I feel like is easier than planning it. 100%. I have accidentally done reaction content on this stream by either falling for some video that Beanjuice links to or reading some article and inadvertently reacting to this content, right? That happens, okay? Oh yeah, that whole suicide forest thing. Jesus, man, right? But huh? Yeah, but poor bean juice. But I don't aim to do it. All right, it is easier, but I will also say there is an art to making reaction content. If you just put on a video and you sit there going, well, wasn't that exciting? What's next? Then you're not really doing anything. You're not adding anything to it. Also, the whole reaction thing is about adding educational takes and whatever. And I feel like a lot of people seem to miss that mark, right? You're not adding education. Don't worry about it, Skylar. You're young and don't need to cloud your brain with that nonsense, okay? Dirt has a purpose while Logan Paul is just wasting air. A YouTuber turned boxer. Isn't it the other way around? There's a lot of like boxers and MMA peoples that become YouTubers, and I don't have time for any of them. Reaction content could be decent. When someone listens to a song or artist for the first time, it doesn't promote some TikTok brat Python masterclass shill. What's wrong with my Python masterclass? Also named Shill. He started doing boxing after becoming famous on YouTube. Really? You guys know a lot more than I do. He's a sideshow. I think it's really odd though, right? I would share your Rust masterclass. I would have loved to do not a masterclass. I would love to do some actual education with people. I would love it if I leave this world having changed the lives of others for something better. And I know this sounds like some twatty Oscar speech, but that's genuinely how I feel, right? As long as they're not people I know and care about, because I don't care about them. I think, I feel the same about SIG though, Apollo, right? I'm not a SIG programmer, but I do support SIG. I'm like a hobby, I'm a SIG enthusiast from afar, right? But if you guys have any ideas for videos, I am really interested in it. I have not hack here. I'm gonna do it. Could you link to something showing me how it's broken, right? Can you like, so I can work on it, right? I personally use YFM. Hello, Scott. How did it go this morning? Me being creative is not good. A day in the life of a programmer. Yes, YFM. So when I need to do certain things, we can just go to well, actually not the guide, we're working on that. All right, so if I want to deal with something in here, right, I can. I don't need these files anymore, so I can select them and delete them, right? I can rename this thing to something else, all right? I'm not going to, but I can also do things like take these things and rename them to that if I want to. And now all of a sudden I renamed them, right? I can undo that as well. It's really Vim as a file browser, right? It's really, really nice, right? Can you open stuff from them? Yeah, absolutely. It would just open Vim for me, right? In the video programming takes 0 minutes, Anathema instead just to hang out with chat and do relaxing stuff. That would have been nice though, right? No, I don't think Bend is interesting to me. Leaving about half an hour. About an hour and a half. It's fine. All right. Wow, you're up early, Scott. Good work. Okay, so rewrite my website in Gleam. I don't think that's interesting either, right? I think what I'm looking for is a topic of conversation to make a video on where we can do the research and find the answer. So I did a lot of research for the video that we never released, right? I looked into performance, I looked into salaries, and I looked into benchmarks a little bit, touched on that, and I actually had some sources for the stuff that I was doing, right? So I think I would like to do that again, though it was pretty horrible to spend a lot of time researching something and then never doing anything. So if we look inside, oh no, that was the right place. Videos, fastest lang. If we were to do like a tree list here, there's a lot of work in here. There's a lot of work. There's writing, there's jokes in there. There is languages in here. There's code in here. There's a lot going on in here that will never see the light of day, right? So I'm looking for the next idea instead, right? But sometimes it's not interesting, right? The video wasn't interesting in the end, right? Pay with exposure. Review Helix? No, I have very strong feelings about Helix. The thing is, I was really excited about Helix, and I feel like Helix let me down. That's how I'm personally offended by Helix. No, I'm not. Probably really good for people who like it, not for me though. In the future, you pay with exposure. So when you go to the store and you're going to buy your groceries, you kind of like have to turn around and like a selfie with that woman in the cash register. So, you know, benchmarking would be interesting about the writing and not being a loss. Happens all the time, even at the network I worked. I bet it does. This is too true, right? What is interesting to people in your opinion? That I can't answer, Bean Juice. If I could answer what is interesting, then I would be able to answer my own question. But I think it's not just about the topic has to be somewhat interesting, but the information around it also has to be interesting, right? So there's a lot of things that I feel like I could have talked about, right? And it's things that come up a lot here in conversation, like using absolutes when we're talking about things, right? Like how we pollute the programming community by saying things like you should never use goal to, you shouldn't use else statements, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't allocate on the heap, you shouldn't box values, whatever it is, right? We're polluting new programmers' minds with these things, and I think that it would be nice if we could start addressing this to some degree, because it just happens, right? It just happens, and people have these opinions that they treat as facts, right? I think that's one thing, but that's not. I don't know how would even research that, right? This is based on what's happening here, and I don't know if I can. Well, I don't know. I don't even know how I would research that, right? It's too easy to form a narrative by just grabbing a bunch of Stack Overflow posts where people are saying these things, right? And what is my target audience? That is you guys, I guess. Could call the series taking out the trash. I actually like that, Scott. That's pretty good. All right. That's pretty good. Yeah, but what is you guys? I mean, are you looking for some reflection into yourself? I don't know, right? People who like programming content, like, I don't know what to say, right? But I think it's not just about talking to the people who are directly affected. It's also talking to people who are indirectly affected. Beginners needs to know that it is okay to allocate on the heap. And experts needs to know that it's detrimental to keep throwing these absolutes around, saying things like, never allocate on the heap. That's a waste of resources or whatever, right? Clickbait, yeah. So there isn't that narrow of a target audience. It's just programmers, right? And there's billions of those, isn't there? you can't go outside and not run into them because they don't go outside. Like, a deep dive into how Anathema works would be amazing, but I think not a lot of people would watch it. No, I agree with you, Skylar. I think the people who would watch that are people who want to build their own user interface libraries, and I think all 4 of them are in this chat right now. Okay, we're gonna go with the runtime registration here as well, but I want to keep this dialogue going, so please don't feel like we are ending the conversation right. Beginners would be interested in easy to digest content. Advanced experts would be more interested in highly complex topics. Yes, when it comes to these things, then we're talking about educational material, and I wouldn't mind doing videos around topics that aren't the basics. I wouldn't mind doing that, but I want to alternate the videos that I make. I want to make one that is esoteric and one that isn't, right? So we do one which is closer to an opinion piece, and then we do the next one which would be about some how to do something, and then we kind of do, we mix it up. We do one of each, right? Understanding the core audience will help you choose content topics. I don't want to target only Rust developers, though. There are beginning content, new language features, personal opinions, growing Rust projects, Anathema tutorials. Anathema tutorials definitely has to happen, all right? Make videos about base. I think we have so much of that. There's like 6 million videos on how to do a hello world in various languages. But if you're looking for a video on how to do, what's a good example? Well, all right, let's do this. Let's go onto the YouTube, shall we? And then we do trees in Rust. Let's see how many videos we find. Okay, right. We have syntax trees are implemented. That is not the same as trees. Let's do tree structures. Tree structures in Rust. Okay, that's probably decent. I'm going to leave that. A binary tree from 2 years ago. I don't know if this has anything to do with trees or not. So we end up with data structures and algorithms here. Lead code shorts. Understanding B trees. We left Rust already. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if we care about binary trees, right? Five of them. 5 possibly relevant results, right? I don't think binary tree insertion algorithm is that interesting in terms of like how to build trees, right? This one might not be relevant at all. We can just take a quick peek. All right, let's have a look without doing reaction content. Let's just see if they talk about trees. Yeah, so this is probably the leapocalypse in Rust. This is an old term. So the damn it, I can't even spell it. Leak. I think that was the nickname it got. And this is well, this is 2 years ago, but I think this thing was the original source for this thing is older than 2022, and this had to do with the RC ref cells. You could have an unintentional leak, but let's see. Right, so reference cycle has nothing to do with trees. Okay, so we have reviewing trees here. Okay, so they're gonna do the whole thing, right, with the RC ref cell and all that, which is not how I would do a tree in Rust, because doing an index lookup into us, doing an index lookup is almost as fast as dereferencing a pointer, right? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. So I would say that this thing might have some tree values. Some values around trees to it, but yeah. But there you go, right? There's like 4 of these or whatever, right? And then I don't think this is Uncle Scientist. There you go, right? I don't think this is gonna talk about trees, and I don't think this is gonna talk about trees either. Yeah, so this is like a very basic where you have a left and a right node and a value, and there are a couple of ways to do this, right? Maybe you can do some light stream schedule. What? Maybe you can do some light stream schedule where you have beginner Thursday and expert Tuesday and see how it reflects on the channel and yourself. So I thought about this, Bean Juice. I have thought about not only doing that, but actually getting some of you in on stream, and we can do like Rust programming. However, when you teach someone else to program, there's a lot of silence. So I will say something like, okay, so now that you installed Rust, find yourself a nice directory, and you do cargo new followed by a project name. And that's how we're going to start a project. And you do this thing. And while you guys are doing that, I'm just sitting here quietly waiting, because I can't talk while you're doing things, right? But I find that it's a lot easier. We had someone in here not too long ago who was asking about learning programming. So I started the process of getting them to write a script and execute the script. And while they were doing that, while we were taking time doing that, I could do other things and I could go back to them. But that's also not very efficient, right? That's not very efficient. But there are a lot of stuff that is kind of missing. And the thing is, I don't know if I feel comfortable making statements like this in titles. I know they are clickbaity titles to get you to look at them, but it's just something about it that rubs me the wrong way. And I know I just have to get on with it and do it, right? I have to get on with it and make titles like this. There is really not a way to do that, right? Use arc instead of vec. Right, here's another one. Here's an absolute, okay? And if you only read the title, this is dumb, okay? Why would you use arc instead of vec if you have to grow the vec? You can't. It's dumb. But using an arc slice is also genius, because if you never have to grow it, you just have to share the data. This is reducing the size, right? You can free 8 bytes on a 64-bit architecture just by doing this, right? I don't think I am as qualified as he is. Will you take one topic and dig into it? I think I would like to do that, but not as part of like, first of all, I want to plan my content, so there's no 3-hour streams doing it. If I were to do a pret parser, a video on a pret parser, that video would have been 10 minutes long, maybe 10, 15 minutes long, not 3 hours. How about code reviews on smaller projects for someone learning Rust? I like that. There used to be a channel point redemption, review my code. People didn't understand the difference between my code and a complete stranger's code that I thought it would be funny if you look at. So there was a little bit silly business in there. And then there was a little bit of people who just want to flex their code, and some people's code was just unreadable because it was just so atrocious, right? But not naming names. But I was going to make a joke there, but I didn't have it in me. You say you don't want to only target Rust devs. What audience do you want to target as well? And how are you going to do JavaScript streams as well? I think talking about programming concepts in general, right, is how you do it, right? We talk about general topics in programming. It doesn't have to be in Rust, okay? And we're talking about esoteric stuff, right? Things that people believe that might not be true. Things, how a lot of programmers completely dismiss the fact that there are large compiler optimizations written and they write very bespoke code that could be simplified and make use of compiler optimizations instead, right? This is not an interesting beginner topic. Although the argument around this would be, don't overcomplicate your code. Your compiler is going to do a lot of optimization for you, right? There might not be any value in you spending like 2 days rewriting the code to make use of this bespoke SIMD implementation that you have when the compiler was already doing that, right? Of course, there is no guarantee that the compiler is doing that, but you know. Sorry about my god. It was not you, Scott. It wasn't anyone who chats normally. I don't even remember who it was, but someone had written code and I looked at him and like, ugh, right. But the problem here, Paul, is you link into a video where someone is already doing it and you're saying that's a great video topic. Yes, but then you should watch Straga do it. I don't want to do someone else's content, right? I use Vim, by the way, of course. One code that is my own was in C# where I did a car simulating gas tank going out. Using Vim, we are not friends. It's good. It's all good, right? But no, he said he's doing it because someone else did it for another language. I don't think the language is relevant when you're doing a code review for yourself, right? How about a long-term project that gets worked on, which is more creative, a video game? That would be a devlog. That's how I actually started streaming, and exactly no one is interested in that, right? No one is interested in that. And if I started a project where I'm making a game that I only do on YouTube, wouldn't that piss you guys off? So first I do 4 hours of streaming and then I go and do 4 hours of game development that you guys don't get to know anything about or be part of until I release a video, right? Data structure in Rust. I think these are probably already done to death as well. Maybe not to death, but there were quite a few videos on there. But reviewing code isn't language specific, right? We could make up a completely fictional programming language and talk about reviewing the code, because code reviews have a lot of commonality about it. If we're talking about specifics for that language, then we're basically, if we're talking about Rust, then the video would be like 3 seconds. It'd be like, hi, use Clippy, bye. And then we're done, right? I think if you want to learn C++, then we should learn C++. Or if you should learn C++. If you want to learn code review, then code review shouldn't be language specific. It should be language agnostic. But as part of understanding code review, we can talk about tooling and analysis that should be used. But they are you have Black and PyFlakes and whatever else you have for Python. You have Clippy and the standard Rust compiler for Rust. There are these tools out there already to do this. So we just have to say make use of the tooling. It's very little value for me to say we're doing a code review. You should use Clippy because you already know about Clippy, right? I can't review my own code, right? I am not good at reviewing my own code. I've tried, and I've spent time being employed as someone who reviews people's code. I think that's because Clippy doesn't require a lot of explanation. You run cargo Clippy, it will tell you what is possibly incorrect and why. It's all built into the tool, right? You found a new font. Why don't I have a look at this? Okay, departure mono. Okay, fine. Ooh, I like it. I I really like it. Do we not even have the posture in there? No. Download. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. It's there. Oh yeah. Yeah. Should we try it? Should we see if it's if it's possible to whack this in here now? Look at that. Okay, who's feeling angry and violent as a result of this font now? Who's feeling like this is not what we should do? All right, let's use this for a few minutes. All right, let's run some anathema code for this thing. I feel calm and happy. Very good. I kind of like it. So what should we do? Like 14 maybe? Can we just get rid of this? Can we just do this maybe? Editing in Minecraft. I don't think we're gonna use it, but I actually liked it. Scroll to the bottom and beat my score of 2500. What? Oh, no, hang on. I wasn't at the bottom of the website, was I? Oh, man. Ooh. I'm not going to beat no score with this thing. Okay, so what should we do then? Wait, do I have infinite lives? Well, then then beating your score isn't particularly interesting then. It's just an exercise in being bored, right? Okay. You know Arkanoid. Very good. My least favorite font is Noto because it populates my font selector with 100,000 elements. Oh, amen to that, Hakia. Really annoying. Really annoying. There was no point in trying. There was no possibility to lose, right? The only thing you do is just keep playing until you reach the next score, right? There's no loss. There's no risk, no loss. Right? Okay. So we're gonna get back into this thing. It's not about losing. You said beat my score. There was no meaning to beating a score, right? Hello, Londa. How you going? Too much font config? Font config isn't bad. How you doing this fine morning, London? So introduction, we're gonna go over to getting started. We accidentally grabbed that with us. A basic example. There's the prelude, components, and so here we're talking about registering components, but we're gonna move some of this stuff to into the runtime then. Yeah, we're gonna get to that one. I just have to reorganize this a little bit. You have to type it faster, Terp. That's how it goes. Okay, so we're gonna move this into pointing at the runtime here. So can we point to a segment in there maybe? How do we do that? So mdbook refer to internal links with names. We're gonna get to that, and then we need to do this from the components. And then here, we're gonna do just that, registering a component. No, come on, man. Why isn't O working? Okay, never mind that then. This works in getbook, but not in the book. What would be the use case for this feature? To link to something. Oh, were you live? You must have been live since after I gone to bed then, right? Maybe. Okay, so can we just do that then, right? So this thing is supposed to go to what is this thing? Runtime. Is it at runtime.md? Will that work? Yeah, and we want to link it to that one. So can we put the octothorpe in there? And just call it registering components. I don't know if this is going to work or not. I'm hoping it will. Yeah, that works. Cool. Oh, you just have to mark the context as mutable, right? That one isn't too bad. You just go to your context and make sure it's marked as mutable. If you do this, you get nothing. That's because this is not a reference. This is an own. Every event gets its own context, right? Okay, so we can get rid of this code and maybe we just do the registered part there into the link instead. There we go. So every component has to be registered with the runtime. And then we're going to take this out and move it to here. We're going to take out register default component for now. I don't know what we're going to do with this. Okay, so that cleans it up a little bit. Oh yeah, totally, because you own the type, right? It's easy to miss, but you own the type. Do we talk about prototypes in here as well? Yeah, so we have to put, I think this one has gone amiss a little bit for people as well. The multiple instances of a component. So we'll talk about that where. So the component has to be blah, 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 blah. There's components. So we're going to do this as well. And why do we have reusable component? Oh, yes. Okay, reusable components. That's definitely a conversation that we have to have. So this is the runtime. That's not going to have the word backend in it. It's only runtime now. Why not just have prototype? Because you can't have a component ID for a prototype, right? So when I register a component here, then I'm gonna get a component ID. This component ID is something I can communicate with. If we go and change the, actually this is here. So if I say that the message for a parent is a string, okay? And then I look at the component ID again. You can see that this is a component ID that is generic over a string. This means that in my runtime, I can now have an emitter. And I can do emitter.send hello world to string. And I can send this to the component ID. Right? Emit. Right? So I can send a message to this component that I've registered, if that makes sense. But if I register prototypes, then there's no way for me to get this component ID because prototypes are created dynamically, right? I use Alacrity because I find that it works the best. Yeah, it is only relevant if you are using the component ID. But your question makes sense. So we should probably elaborate on that when it comes to multiple instances of a component. To repeat the user component in our template, the component has to be registered as a prototype using the register prototype instead of registering component. The main difference between registering a singular component versus a prototype is the closure creating an instance of component state rather than passing. Also note that because of this conversation. Also note that prototypes does not have a component ID and cannot have messages emitted to them. We could make this a compiler error if you specify anything other unit for the message type, but I feel like that's too confusing and it's possibly just going to upset people for no reason. No, this is not Bevy. This is a thing we've built here. So this is registering components, multiple instances of a component. Control U, please. There we go. Component template. Maybe we don't have to. We don't actually have to talk about them as prototypes, right? Oh, sorry to hear that. Just hello, Spages. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How you going? Is it lunchtime already? It's an early lunch for you. We're writing documentation today, so it's super boring. Welcome to the most boring stream on Twitch now. 44 upset Raiders. They might not be upset yet, though, right? I hope you enjoy your lunch. I have no idea what I'm gonna eat or watch today. Oh, you know what? I do. I'm having chili today. Score. Okay, so we moved the notion of registering components in here. So let's go back to components where we're gonna try to be a little bit more explicit and talk about these things, right? So the usage, reusable components. Components can have name placeholders for external children. This one is a little bit tricky. I wonder if we're gonna move reusable components to its own post. We have state, we have element query, and we probably want to talk about that in general, though, right? So state could also be moved into here. Let's see how they differ. A component can have internal state and external state. To pass external state to a component, provide a map in the template with the key value pair. There's a value. To use external state in a component refers to the keys in map. Refer to the keys in map. This should be in the map, right? So let's go over to keys in map. Change that to the map. There are keys in the map passed into the component. The value is key. Yeah. Maybe we just move the entire state over to a separate one, and then we can focus on event handling, and we can move event handling to its own one as well. So let's do components, event handling, and state as separate things. So let's do new source components, state. We already have that. Let's do events. Wait, do we already have that? We do. We just don't include it. So let's add events to there as well, then, right? So unfortunately, the project is getting too large to be that small, right? Event handling. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, nice one. Nice one. Yeah, it's taking me a while. Did you try to move the microphone away and see if that had an impact on your typing? Okay, so let's get rid of the states. Let's get rid of event handling first, though, in there, right? So let's find event handling. With an example. And then message. Okay, messages should also probably be its own thing. Yeah, I had none. All right. State is there, and then we get to messages. I think messages can have its own thing as well. So components be very, very short. And that's okay. So let's do a new source component messages.md. And then we'll just grab this code here with this corresponding example. And we put it up here. Messaging. Right, so we should now have messaging here. To communicate with components, messages can be sent to components using the component ID as an address. No, we're gonna say communicate between components using messages. And component IDs. An emitter is used to send any message to any recipient. The recipient send a message because it's not any anymore, right? An emitter is used to send message to any recipient. The recipient ID is returned when calling register component. The emitter has two functions, emit and emit async. We can tell Vim to learn async. If the recipient no longer exists, the message will be lost. Implement the message method of the component trait for a component to be able to receive messages. The following example sets the component to accept strings and starts a thread that sends a string to the component every second. All right, so I think that's gonna be enough to understand like in the component messaging. Let's go back and strip out the state here. So we're gonna take external state. Whoops. So we have state is a struct. State is a struct. Okay, let's learn struct as well. Honestly. There we go, right. I can just change the object. So if you have, imagine Hakio, that you have a separate thread running a chat application and this gets all the chat messages in. How do you communicate these messages into the thing that displays the chat? Right? So you might end up doing something like creating a struct for a chat message, and then you create a component called my chat, and you set the message to chat message. Now, if we were to implement this thing, here we go, right? Now, every time you send a message, this function will be triggered, and this message will be a chat message, right? That's it. So you have access to state, elements, context, whatever, right? And you get the message. So now you can propagate or fill the state with these messages, right? So it's a way to communicate with the runtime from the outside, because most of these things is going to be, a lot of the cases, you're going to have things that comes from the outside. Maybe you're pulling data from an API and you don't want to block the UI thread, right? And you're going to have, I mean, it could be anything that could potentially block the thread, Hakio. So that's good. Is this like is this a serious issue? Are you guys involved in the whole font conversation again? Do you want to take it to like Discord or something? It's like, it's just, I don't care about fonts today, right? Okay, so you have this way of communicating with the runtime by just sending messages into the runtime from the outside. You can also communicate between other components by just slapping an emitter on here, right? And if I have an emitter, now I can emit messages, right? So let's say that I have a component ID for this thing as well, right? A component ID for something that takes a U size, right? I don't know why, but we can do that, right? Now I can take the emitter, right? Self.0 is going to point to my emitter, and I can emit a message to self.1, which is the component ID. And the message I'm sending is just going to be 1, 2, 3, right? And now I can send messages from one component to another, right? So if you need to communicate changes across your entire application, let's say that you change the view from one thing to another, and then you want to communicate a lot of data along with this view change. I don't know why, but maybe you do, right? Then you can do so, right? So yeah, the message passing is really, really useful for this stuff, right? Yeah, the thing is, D3, I have never considered Jonil a troll, right? I haven't followed the conversation, but in my book, I think I never thought of Jonil as a troll, right? Yeah, it's really useful, right? It's really useful. So, okay, so that's going to be message passing. We're going to move the state over to here. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. State is a struct with the named fields. Each field has to be wrapped in a value string or list of strings. Update. There are two ways to update a field and state, doing the set and then the new ignore. So here we have to do the very important note though, right? Which caused Brooke Circle a little bit of grief because it wasn't explained particularly well. So we're gonna do, where's the warning? Here we go. When assigning a new value to a state, do not create a new instance of the value. This is bad. This is how it should be done. And we need the HTML in there. So updating state. So we're going to whack that in there. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Do not create a new instance of value. This is bad. Value new. This is how it should be done. Set or. Okay, so we have to say or in there because that's... Okay, no, it's using another value, right? I still think we can shoehorn the word or in there, okay? Why is it numerical? I don't know. I don't know if it's important. I don't know if it's important. I hear you and I validate your existence. I just don't know. I'm kidding. Okay. So no, the or is not supposed to be there. Okay. So I see where I've gone wrong. That I've changed the wrong thing, right? Or that's what I want to put in there, right? Okay, so then we have updating state, ignoring fields. So sometimes you want to store things on the state that is not actually going to be available in the template, right? Yeah, and it's perfectly fine to not use Linux, right? It's perfectly fine to not use Linux, right? He might have been blocked by something that I was missing. I like strolling, but strolling is pretty good. I had 2,000 steps, close to 2,000 steps yesterday. I was not feeling particularly good. So when my wife came home, we chatted for a bit and I was like, let's go for a walk. All right. So even though I didn't get my 10Ks in, I still managed to do a little bit, right? Any type can be added to a field state. So, okay, so here I think we need to get internal and external fields in, right? So let's go with internal state and external states. Right, let's start with that. Actually, we can probably grab both of these and the corresponding examples. We can put this before we go into ignoring fields. You can, and that's kind of my preferred way, because you can use things like plus equals. Right? If you're just going to set the value to a completely new value without referring to the old value, then you could just use dot set. Right? Enjoy your lurk. But if your perception is that it is bad, then that's your experience, right? It's hard. Full disclosure, I didn't follow the conversation. I'm just saying it's difficult to argue against someone's experience, even if that experience could have been different if they would have done something different, right? But okay. Sorry. You know what? I apologize. I'm not going to stick an oar in. I wasn't part of the conversation. I have no idea what you guys were talking about. And really, I shouldn't get involved, right? So my apologies. Okay, we're gonna get rid of in one of these. And where's the internal? Whoops. No. Internal state, one of those. And example, one of those. And I think that should fix the formatting. External state, internal state, see state for more information. No. Do not see state for more information. That's where we are, right? My experience is that you should follow the conversation of food and get some treat for yourself in the shape of Stremlax. Hello, Kickoff. It's been a hot minute. How you doing, buddy? Where in the world are you now? External state. A component can have internal state and external state. To pass external state to a component, provide a map with the template. Okay, so I think that's enough for this one, right? You're in the US now. Cool. Internal state is anything that implements the state trait. I went to now I was gonna make a joke. I'm not going to. Internal state is anything that implements the state trait. Ignore fields, custom fields. Any type can be added as a field to a state as long as it implements state. The only required function to implement is toCommon. Without this, the template has no way of rendering the value. No way to render the value. Okay. Types from third-party crates can be wrapped using the new type pattern, which is unfortunate that we have to have this. Okay, then we go to event handling. Oh God, yes. Event for a component to receive events, it has to enable event handling by implementing one or more of the following methods. On key on mouse and focus on blur. Example. Yeah, none of these actually has the context, so we're gonna fix that. That's wrong. Wait, what events are these? Template events and component events. Okay, so template events can go. This, however, cannot. So we need to include the context for this thing as well. Like so. You don't get to vote. Isn't that okay though, right? Yeah, look. We just suddenly moved away from talking about the US election. That was pretty spectacular how we did that. I'm very proud of all of you. Good work, everyone. All right, and then this thing here also needs to have the context. pod people. Okay, let's see. We now have, all right, so we're missing the context here as well, aren't we? Yes, we are. Okay, so I just got the letter P instead. Oh, look, I will just say this one more time. We just stopped talking about the election. Otherwise, I might accidentally start timing up people. And we wouldn't want that, would we? All right. Okay, get your politics out of here. Okay, context. I'm going to do mutable reference to self. We're going to update these examples. Now, it could be that we have to make these mutable for them to be used. That's okay. There's a lot of repeat code in here, isn't there? Well, it has to be done, I suppose. Like so. Rust board election. I don't know. How you doing today, Bulov? All right, so we have the context in there, and we're gonna have it for the mouse as well. I think we now updated this code to be correct. For commands to use events as enable event handling, we implement one or more of the following methods. Context is part of all of these. Example on blur, on focus, on key. We should probably move the blur and focus out of there though, right? I don't think we need these as part of the example. They're just in the way. Think a bit of chocolate. Ah, sneaky, sneaky. Chocolate probably is quite good though, right? Okay, so we have event handling. We have state now. Now we have to get to the point that is missing called associated events, okay? Python board, no confidence vote over them deleting a post by Rossum because they named someone they're currently trying to persecute. Oh, is that Tim? Right? Is that because Tim liked a post? Tim liked a video from the 70s skit, Saturday Night Live, where Dan Aykroyd and what's her name? And he calls her a silly bitch, I think. And people got offended by them. And, yeah. Sometimes I kind of want to be cancelled because it's so fundamentally stupid. But there you go, right? Yeah, I mean, it's like, it sounds like, honestly, it sounds like they're using bullshit to get rid of someone. No other reason. I don't know. I didn't follow it. This was something Brian Lunduke posted, so I don't know. He seemed to have gone pretty heavy on the political side of things. Okay, so now we're gonna do third-party components as a new topic. New source components, third party. All right, we have to move on to the next bit of music. That's this one. Third party components. Is pretty close to what's going. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing they're using it to push someone out, right? Isn't I think if you go to Rust and Slice, we can find Tim in here. No, not there. Oh no, don't do that. Oof. Really? I thought if we just looked at the... I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm not loving the music. I'm sorry. We're going to move to the next thing. All right. Let's just do a sort. There's Tim. Tim P. I think this is the guy, right? Okay, you got some music too. Let's cue that up. Yeah. So the person who's responsible for Tim's sword. But the thing is, we can't really use that as an argument because the person behind Razer FS murdered someone. Just because they made something good doesn't mean that we have to keep them around if they're doing bad things. If they're doing bad things. If the reason Tim is being pushed out is because he liked a skit, I don't think that's the reason. I'm guessing there's more to it that we don't know, right? But then again, like with everything, we don't know the truth, right? If this is done behind closed doors, I don't know if it isn't, though. If it isn't, then we can find out the truth, right? I'm just not going to look into it because I don't think it's that interesting. Okay, so it's more than that. I don't know, right? I don't know. Third-party components. We're getting to what London needs, and that's going to be associated functions. This looks almost like callbacks. However, they run at the end of the update cycle and not instantly. This means that two components can... You know what? We don't have to get into those details. But if there's a cure found to all cancer, but the inventor of it murdered a lot of people, and we're also not going to use the solution... no, you misunderstand me. I never said there was anything wrong with any solution to anything, right? I just said if someone commits crimes or are generally bad people, just because they create something good doesn't mean we have to include them in our community, right? If one of you creates something really fantastic, but you're also a racist dickhead, I gotta get rid of you, right? Doesn't matter how good the thing is that you make, you can't be part of the community, right? It just makes sense, doesn't it? This looks almost like callbacks, however, they run at the end of the update cycle and not instantly. To associate a function with another component, use... Okay, so here we actually have to go into... the elements. This now has to be... Oh, no, it doesn't. That's not it. Well, if the choice is that binary, either normal people or murderers, then yeah, I want normal people. But don't you feel the same then, right? Do you think that we should have people who commit murder in our midst? Do you think that's a good idea? Component has been registered. Okay, so we have the usage, reusable components. When using components with name children, placeholder name. Okay, so there we go. And then we'll have a... We need to include that, third-party components. We need to include associated functions with that. Ooh, what do we do? You don't want killer features? That's too good, man. It's very good. So how do we write? Before we write this up, I want to rename the callback function. I don't like it. Where should we put this though? Components, third-party components. Okay, let's go to components. Summary is where we need to go. Components. Third-party components. There we go, right? Let's have a look. Third-party components. Whoops. And we don't have guidelines for this, right? Yeah, do you think Andrew feels the same way about Sig then, D3? Do you feel like Andrew's never gonna step down because he doesn't want the Sig community to adopt any of that nonsense? I think it's interesting. But then at the same time, you have the entire what's that language called? The front end language that no one uses anymore, but it was pretty cool. Haskell inspired Elm, right? The guy who made Elm probably should have stepped down and opened it up for the community to build, and maybe it would have been it would have got some traction and gone somewhere. Now it really feels like Elm is just not happening, right? I know people like Elm, and I think Elm is very cool, but when I look at it these days, I just don't see anything happening in the Elm community. It's like the language has stagnated, right? And it feels like it's not going anywhere. Okay, so we're gonna rename this thing before we continue. There are forks. Yeah, but that's already. I mean, if you have fragmentation before you even reach 1.0, right? That's just scary, right? Let's find the component in question. So we have this callback function, and I don't love that. Maybe we should start making these things mutable as well. Probably not that. We'll make these mutable so that it is clear. Then we won't run into the situation when it's not, right? Hello, Oscar. How you doing? Green Lang. Is this a fork of Elm? It doesn't say anything about this being a fork of Elm. Gren, not green. Okay. Is your name Orange? What? Hello, Temporis. How you doing? Is everyone changing the names now? Is something happening here? It's a fork of Elm. Really? Yeah, everyone seemed to have names. Very good. There's nothing in here saying that it's a fork of Elm. Really? They could have changed something. Yeah, it would look like it. Nothing? Why are you putting nothing in quotes? I don't understand the context. Nothing? Twitch is balked now? I see. Someone is working on production. But okay, where it doesn't say that it's a fork of Elm anywhere, does it? It mentions Elm, but I don't see. Okay, Gren is a pure functional programming language that aims to be easy to learn and to reason about, while remaining powerful and portable enough for real world use. Today marks the first release of Gren, and also, no one is going to go and read this thing. If you're looking for some information about the language, no one's going to go and read an old blog post, right? See Discord, okay. I don't understand what I'm looking at. Maybe that's not it. That's kind of cool, though, Rebel. Okay. Grain is a pure functional programming language that aims to be easy to learn and reason about, while remaining powerful and portable enough for real-world use. Today marks the first release of Grain, a programming language that helps you write simple and correct software. Grain aims to be a small language that is easy to learn and easy to understand. It wants to help you write correct software by being your assistant, pointing out likely mistakes as you write. Finally, it tries to be available whenever you need it to be, so you can use it to write CLI tools, backend, or even front-end applications. That was never the point of Elm, though, right? Elm was supposed to be an alternative to JavaScript, right? There already exists a language that is close to matching this description, Elm. What Elm lacks is better support for web APIs and official support for running outside the browser. While we could spend considerable time and effort in creating a language which would look very similar to Elm, we've instead decided to fork the compiler and core packages. There it is. There it is. And use that as the basis for Grain. And then it's different. So yeah, okay, it says here that it's a fork of the compiler, right? But yeah, you're not going to find that information anywhere unless you go and look at news and then you go, okay, let me just go to the last bit of news, right? Okay, so is this getting any traction? Is this good? Do people enjoy this thing? Run Grain in the browser. It's strange that they don't link to the GitHub. That seems very odd, doesn't it? 339 stars, clearly, all right, is not there yet. Okay, but it's cool though, right? You love Elm, but I don't think Elm has a future. Yeah, but you say a lot of things, okay? If I start treating your words as facts, well, I don't know where it would be then, right? Yeah, I think... Yeah. I think this is the thing. Okay, dude. Whatever, pal. Cheers, guy. Clearly someone's fed up with us. Yeah, and I think that's the thing, though, right? That Elm seem to have... where are they BSing us? Modular.com. What are we talking about? Why are we looking at this now? The expressions of Python with performance of C. Okay, I don't care about Mojo. Elm is cool, right? But the problem with Elm is that it doesn't seem to go anywhere, right? I don't know, Limelox. Have you looked at the release of it, right? I'm sure you'd be happy to prove anything to me as well when I start saying the same thing you just said about me. What? What? Anyway, I think if you look at the releases of Elm, it doesn't seem to have a lot of anything going on, right? I don't know if anyone other than is his name Chris, who's working on Elm, is actually doing any releases or anything with it, right? So I don't feel like it's going anywhere, right? I just don't see it happening, okay? All right. Key. Well, we can just do that. Yeah, but Mojo has positioned itself as the AI language, which means I have zero interest in it, right? So Evan, maybe, yeah. Well, and that's probably why you have a language like Gren then that is a fork. But is this what you want to anchor a, what did you say, $100 million projects to? You want to anchor that to something where the developer is fine with where it is and he doesn't care for more, right? I think that's that does not seem like a language that I would be super into adopting, right? But I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe he's doing a lot of work on it, right? I'm not paying attention anymore. So Elm went from like 0.17 to 0.18, and well, Feldman is involved in the Rocklang now. If we look at the release, so last time I looked at Elm, I started poking at Elm when it was like 0.17 something rather, and that was many years ago. Well, that's just bad, but I don't know what that has to do with anchoring a $100 million project to, right? Can we get like the GitHub thing? What about releases? So we're on 0.19.1. When was 0.19.1 released, right? Man, no one links to the GitHub repository anyway. Come on, man. I just want the GitHub. Sharing code and sharing code. Share code and share code. Style guide, design guidelines, writing documentation. Compiler source. There we go. There we go. So last year, 4 years ago, releases. This came out 5 years ago. Okay? 5 years ago. And you feel like this is an active developed language. I'm not accusing anyone or anything, right? Off to the VA. Let's go, Scott. But it's stable with a few bugs. Yeah, it's stable with a few bugs, but is the language going anywhere, right? Is there any work being done to it? Where are new features, right? So this has been, it's been 5 years since anyone has done a release. Have no new features been added in the last 5 years, right? Feature complete, exactly. It's feature complete, right? I do. I think Gleam is perfectly fine, right? I haven't tried the JavaScript output of Gleam, so I mean to try that before I can totally back this message, but yeah. Does it need new features? Yeah, it needs new features. All right, languages are evolving. I doubt that they have made this thing feature complete to the point where it doesn't need new features. I mean, there's 311 issues open, although I don't know what means. This seems dumb. All right, so this is just someone. This is just someone being a dingus. There are clearly errors being reported. And there are new things being added. I'm sure there are things that can be added, right? That's I did not wait 5 years between releases though, right? I did not wait 5 years between releases. Okay, which other branch do you want me to look at? And I am constantly adding features, right? I don't think languages always needs to be evolving. If you have a solid set of features that are productive and the language is big enough to expand with libraries, then doesn't need to be new features. I think that is not true for a language that's supposed to replace JavaScript. I'm not saying it's supposed to replace JavaScript as an alternative rather to JavaScript, right? because the world of JavaScript has changed in the last 5 years. And we're talking about things being added to the browser and functionality. Maybe a lot of these things can be solved with third-party libraries. I don't know, right? But it seems odd that there hasn't even been bug fix releases since 2019 when there clearly are issues, right? There clearly are issues that are not being addressed. So I don't know how. Are we saying that all these issues are then nonsensical? Let's just go back. All right. 2016. Okay, maybe that's not relevant. But like after 2019. After 2019, was there nothing that had to be done? No, I say that's true. There might be the case, but forget that. What about all the open issues? Are these not, are all of these nonsensical issues? Are all of these issues going back for page 4? Are all of these complete nonsense? Is this a nonsense issue? I don't know, right? Nothing. Sorry, Schiffer. No, I didn't mean to get your hopes up. Yeah, 1.0, that would be, but again, maybe it's not a Sember thing, right? Maybe it's not a Sember thing, right? Yeah, I think this top issue that we have here should probably have been deleted if this was an active community. Simple PHP app. Check the commits. What is it that I'm looking for in the commits then? I mean, I get that you guys might like Elm. It's fine. Make the README look nicer 10 months ago, right? Is that what we're looking at? I get it. You guys can like Elm. I'm not saying Elm is bad. I'm just saying there's one person in charge of it and they haven't released anything in 5 years. That does not install a lot of confidence in a language, okay? Languages doesn't constantly need new features, but at least bug fixes should go in, shouldn't there? I did not say it was abandoned. I never said those words. The project is abandoned, okay? I'm saying there doesn't seem to be a lot happening with this language, right? And I think that maybe it could have benefited from being open, right? Right. And is Evan now working on Rock instead? Right? Oh man, I thought we could click on the name and actually get to the person. We have to go a few jumps through here, right? No. Can't do that. There you go, right? I don't know what these, I don't know if they're working on private stuff. I'm guessing they are involved in other things, right? I would not invest in Elm because I don't think that it's going anywhere. It hasn't moved anywhere in 5 years. There are still issues. People are reporting issues. And if they just open up the source code and made it into a community project, maybe, I don't know, right? This is my take on it. I'm not saying that it's abandoned. I'm not saying you shouldn't use it. I'm not saying any of that. If you extrapolate that from what I'm saying, that's on you, right? Okay, we're gonna do this now. Source kind. I'm in the wrong place. Right, callbacks. That was the one we're working on. Callbacks has to be renamed. Okay, what should we call this thing? Because it's not a callback. Invest in Gleam and Rocklang? I don't know, right? They are working on Elm 2 before Elm 1 was a thing. Elm to basically telling people to use Elm to develop it. Handler is a little bit too vague, Vadik, but I like the suggestion. I like that you had a suggestion. I've not heard of that, Vabine. I told my wife about the spider clouds when we were out walking yesterday. She looked horrified. Okay, third-party component. Okay, let's have a look. Good spot. So what do we call this thing, right? What is actually happening is that a component will have an associated function with it, and this is mapping an ident to another ident with a common val. Does that make any sense, right? Dog fooding is not happening there, right? Rock is interesting because it's backed by LVM. But anyway, what about the callback thing? What should we call this thing, right? So what's happening is that you might have a third-party component in your project, and we'll make this thing the third-party component, right? Here with black pixels on black background, right? So we have this third-party component there, and then we have another component here. Actually, this component has a wrap there, this one, right? Because it's a parent-child relationship going on with these. That's interesting. Why is it doing that? There should be no... Wow, okay, how did that happen? Let's delete that. Oh, actually, I know how that happened. I did draw with black squares first, right? All right, so we have these internal components here, is what we do. And we draw them like this instead. I don't know, that probably would have been better to draw them in a line as if they were input fields, right? So why don't we do that then? We draw a form. That's what we're going to do. All right, here we are. Okay, so this is the form. And we're going to have something like a name field. And we'll have something like a password field. And we have something like some other rubbish field, right? And then for whatever reason... right? When you type in any of these fields, right? Right, there you go. This is text that we can read. When you type in any of these fields, the text should appear up here, right? So we should have like the name appearing here. And for some other reason that we can't quite explain, the password should also appear up there. So what we have to do is we have to connect the changes of these fields to the input fields that we have up here now, right? And this is what we do with associated events, right? It's going all right, baby. It's going all right. Oh, really? What's the issue? Okay. So these are third-party components, or maybe they're not. Maybe they're internal components, but then we could have sent messages instead. But let's say that they are third-party components for input fields, right? So in here, we can do something like A points to B, right? Let's see if this works. Oh, really? That was pretty bad. Can we use that? Can we use that font? Can we use departure mono here? Let's load that. Okay, that's kind of sad that it does that. Can we turn off anti-aliasing? All right. I don't know what the right font size would be here. Okay, there we go. That's pretty good. All right. So we can do this here. So we're saying that A, when something changes in here that we refer to as A, we can tell someone else to do B, right? So what is happening is if we have like a key press event in here, and on that key press event, we're going to emit A along with the value. And that looks a little bit something like context.publish. And we're going to get rid of these types soon, but we need this for now. Today we need this. And then what is it that we are publishing? We're going to publish a state. And then we're going to do state dot. So now we have access to the state. It says it's unknown because it's being a dingus. What is self state? It's something called state. Oh shit. Okay, I'm writing in the wrong place. Whoopsie doodles. Let's go to here. Okay, right. And let's have the function that is currently known as callback, but we are gonna change that. Okay. So let's do it on key. Right, let's get rid of all this other stuff. So context.publish, and then the context needs to be mutable for that to work. Okay, calm down. Then I guess we're gonna make these mutable here as well, and then reformat this code, I see. Just for convenience, there we go, right? Okay, so let's go back to where we were writing our toy implementation here, right? So we can say context.publish. And again, we're going to ignore the first type. That's going to be self-state. And then we ignore the second type, right? And we're going to fix this thing by having an untyped context converted into a typed context and so on and so forth. And it's not going to be a problem, right? So here's our state. And this state is now going to be our state here, which is called chat message. No, it isn't. It's a unit. Okay, let's make some kind of some state here, right? That is going to have a value. And that value is going to be, let's just call it a key, which is a string, right? Because this helps with the emphasis, right? So state here is just going to be some state. So this thing that we are operating on here is going to be a reference to some state, and we can now return state.key, right? That one is inferred v's and is state. Oh, ident, sorry. Whoops doodles, right? So in our case, we're just going to call the ident A. That's all we have to do, right? And this is now going to be a reference to some state. So this is all we have to do. Now, anything that has created an association with this thing in the template, something that would look sort of like this. So we had, was it like chat? What did we call this thing, right? My chat, okay? So let's say that we registered my chat here. Now I can take A and say that A is pointing to ABC, right? Or hello. So any component that implements the callback, maybe this root component implements callback, right? Let's see where we are with the root. It does implement callback. So here I would say if the name is equal to what's it, ABC that we used in the template, right? No, it was just A. No, it was ABC in the template. Hello. It was hello in the template. Got it right. So if the name is equal to hello, right? If the name is equal to hello, then we are operating on a string slice. So that means that the value here is a string, right? So this is how we do it, but this is not really a callback. This is just saying that I can, from one place, queue up a function call that is going to happen on a different component, a parent in the structure. So it has to be a parent component. You can't bind one to another across component boundaries. They can't be perpendicular to each other or whatever, right? That doesn't work. So the question is, since this is not really a callback, what do we call this, right? It's not a message because messages are sent through the emitter, but it kind of is. It's a queued up function call. It's how we associate one event with another, where the child is the event emitter. In this case, up here, this is the event emitter. Handle reminds me too much of having things like a window handle and things like that, right? A dependency, we have dependencies, or rather we have prevention of dependencies. So a dependency would be something else. So we're looking for a name that isn't callback. I don't think trigger is a good word either. It has a bit of a negative connotation. I know that's a bit silly, but call things operator functions. We could have called it remote, but that sounds like issuing rather than not, right? We could call it receive, but that's kind of like a function receive. So anyone got any ideas? From function, remote function. I don't want double names if I can skip it, right? ASOC fun isn't that descriptive. We just can't call it callback, right? Any lazy types for what, Linux? Oh, that was interesting. So we're gonna do this thing. It's called a sausage, right? Yeah, I'll be on board with that. We can have a function name called sausage. I think that's pretty good. So maybe we don't. I can't call it a callback. We're basically propagating information from the child to the parent. It is a direct step from the child to the parent. There are no other components in between. This is Giving an identity and a value. Yeah. Report, interesting. So report would be synonymous with publish from the child. So this is what the child component will do. But what is the recipient of the report? How would you refer to that? The thing that receives the published value. The recipient, right? We could call it receive. The reader. They seem to be having a lot of issues right now. Refresh your browser, maybe, Temporis. So, okay. That's just a feature, Vadik. Now, we could have receive or consume, maybe. Because we would be consuming the event. We're also the recipient of the event. Hello, Anmal, how you doing? No, it seemed to be some Twitch issues. Hello, Crispy. We're what? First time chat and then wait. I'm pretty sure you have chatted before. What's happening, Twitch? Multiple messages and then first time. That's never gonna go down, Bean Juice. And your name, your color came back as well, right? Nothing wrong at all. No, you're not. There's a difference between this and this, you sneaks. Anyway, what do we call it? Should we call it receive? Or consume? That's what I'm currently thinking of. Is it the stream or is it the chat? We should call it Reginald. Reginald the Third. Have you been playing Borderlands now? Reginald the Third. No, Crispy. But I do want an answer to my question. And I think right now we are going to rename the callback to something else. We'll probably just call this ident. And then we're going to call this thing any receive. All right. Should we call it any receive? So, do you want to play now, Danaka? It has to be Kevin or Dave. Well, Dave's got me on edge now after those flying spiders, man. Figma is really cool. What's so sketchy about this is that we have the receive and we have the message. Starts on Warframe. Yeah, well, the annoying thing about Warframe is that I have to log in every time, and they don't let you have the password high. So I don't know. I have to. There's so much fiddling to just start it, but I'll try again today, maybe. Okay, while we're doing this, let's see if we can fix the context. That's my mother's maiden name. So this will be component context. So now we changed quite a lot of stuff here. But wait, there is more. Then we're going to take the component context and make this into a context. And we're going to pass in T state there. So our component context is actually going to become untyped context. And then we're going to end up with a typed context from this, which is going to be exactly the same as an untyped context, but it's going to have a phantom type associated with it, right? So struct typed context or context. And this has a runtime. There it's going to have an untyped context in it with the same lifetime. And it's going to have some phantom value in there. Phantom data. That is T. And then T is going to be our state here, okay? We already have that. Then the next thing we're going to do, because we are lazy sausage, we're going to import deref for context. And that has to have the lifetimes. What do you mean fix doesn't work? Okay, use stud ops deref. And there's an extra A there. And we're going to do that. And that's just going to return self.0. And we're going to implement deref mute for this as well. Which we have to pull in. Like so. That's a mutable reference to self.0 again, right? So we're just making this wrapper type so we can associate the events with it. And then we're gonna change some of these functions though, right? Okay, so then our context, we're going to do our deref mute there. So we have to change how our publish function looks though. So publish, this can be moved all the way into the, oh, that's the only function on here. So all we have to do is change this to context then. And then we're going to move this code up to where the context exists. Which is generic over T, which is our state. So we don't need T here anymore. But we do need a couple of bounds on this thing. So first of all, this thing has to have a static lifetime. Which I suppose is fine. Okay. No strings on self. That would be self.0.strings. Mismatch type. Oh no, that is not. Oh my goodness. That is a context, untyped context. Untyped context RT. That's what that is. So then we are just gonna do a new function there that we can generate. That's going to be the context, and this is going to be phantom data that has to have the lifetime, and that's it. Then this receive function has to have a context instead, which is self-state as the type. There we go. But that is wrong, although actually it's not wrong. So all these untyped contexts that we have here has to become context. And these are the components. Yes, so that's context, self-state. Okay. So that's going to be self-state, and then DTC. This is also a DTC, self-state. And let's do that again. Okay, back, CTC, self-state. Okay, that's much better. We have no untyped context anywhere except for the message. Whew. Okay, now we have to fix all of these things. So somewhere we're creating a new context. Here we go, right? That's a new context. That's a new context. That's a new context. All right, that's another new context. That's another new context. Ooh, look at that. It's a new context. Ooh, Nelly. And then here we have a new context. Wow, that even compiles. So now we have some improvements after we fix all of these things, right? Callback does not exist anymore. It was called receive. I'm not sure I'm loving that, but that's going to be self-state. Do we have an untyped context in here? There we go. That's supposed to be the one we expose. That's going to be self-state. It's a little bit annoying to have to do that, but I'm okay with that. So now we can take that out for a second. And then look at this. How nice is that? Okay? How nice is that? So yes, the context needs to be aware of the state, which is, you know, annoying, but this is still better. Because we have the beauty of type safety. It's all right. Okay, so we're still calling it receive, which isn't super good, but it's better than callback. Are we okay with calling it receive? Yeah, we definitely went... I don't know if those of you who were here when I implemented the first draft of this thing. Actually, the published one was it. The first draft of this function was several lines long and had a lot more going on. And now we can share references with the parent. So you don't even have allocations. We're borrowing directly out of this component state. That seems trivial and uninteresting. Probably is for people using it, but there's a lot you can do. Like no allocations, right? So you can inspect and deal with it and just use the reference until you actually need to have ownership. Then you have to get values out of there, but still, right? Male. I say it's pretty, it's kind of decent. We can publish this thing. Okay, so the next step, I have to go and fix all these context things. But before I do that, there seem to be some warnings. Are we in the runtime? We are. So we don't need the widget in here. Where are you? There you are. We don't need any widgets. And we don't need attributes. And we don't need source kind. There we go, right? Okay, now I broke a lot now. It's all good. Then we have to go and fix all the broken tests that I have now caused. Okay, examples, animate. All right, and let's do that again. No, this windbreaker is from... What is this one from? I honestly don't remember which microphone it's from. But it works. It does a lot of difference, right? If you listen to the sound now, if you actually have headphones on, you can hear there's quite a big difference between how it is now.
And what it is now. Can you hear the difference in the sound?
All right. Okay. All right, it's a cargo test. We actually have to test all. Okay, so it's going to be in the templates where things are now broken. In eval 256. Okay, so that one doesn't do the same thing. So we can just do to template here. And if we're going to do that, Then we need to bring in the source kind trait. We have to do the same thing here. Components to template. It's not a biggie. Whoa, hello. Maybe that's the magical or the properties of the windbreaker. 220 to template. Okay, can you just run test, please? Okay, so in default widgets, testing, the source has to become a template too. And we can't call that unless we have that in there. I don't think we're home yet. We have to do one more. No, we don't. We're good. All tests are passing. Pretty damn good. All right. Okay, so I'm just not loving the name receive. Do I want to publish this? Do we want it to be called receive? That seems a little bit stupid, doesn't it? All right, I have to go and change all the documentation now. So in the documentation where we have all of this, let's see, components. Do we have events in here? No. Do we have events in state? Good. Good that we don't. We should definitely have it here. Okay, so every instance of context has to have this attached to it. That's it. All right, messaging also needs this when we receive messages. And this thing clearly needs formatting as well. There we go. There's nothing else missing here. That's the emitter. As messages, element query. Oh, and element query is now updated. So this is no longer required. So you can do by tag. Like that. It is D3. Do you have any more music for me, D3? Both component events and messages provide an element query that can be used to access elements and attributes in the component. Attributes can be read or written to. Since attribute values may originate from the component state, it is not possible to access the state and the attribute at the same time. This one needs to change because this is true, but we're actually allowing this now. Since attribute values may originate from the component state, it is invalid to access the state and the attribute at the same time if they come from the same source. They come from the same source. Oh man, do people understand what this means? And that is gone now. It's possible to cast an element to a specific widget using the to method. The to method returns an option to mute. Cool, thank you. For an immutable reference, use to ref. Yeah, that's just casting it. That is no longer needed. If the element type is uncertain, use try to and try to mute respectively. Is that the words that we used for try and try to? Could not search for that. That's going to be in widgets then, okay? Yeah, try to ref. 2 will give us a mutable reference. Try to will give us a mutable. Okay, so 2 and try to ref and try to ref. That's it, because we are unlikely gonna need those, right? So 2 returns returns a mutable reference to T. For an immutable reference, use to ref. If the element type is unknown, use try to and try to ref respectively. There we go, right? That's pretty good. Again, here we need to have a context with a state, no query by attribute first. I guess we can use each then, so we can do each. There are 3 methods to query the elements inside the component: by tag, by attributes, and at position, which we get this beautiful example with. Yeah. Insert state value into attribute. So this is what was a problem with strings. So you cannot write expensive values in there because they have to be copy types or whatever you put in there. That means the string slices works, but strings themselves do not. So it becomes a question of how we deal with strings. So if we look at Anathema widgets, inside the expressions module, we have these values, and there has to be a string in here somewhere. There is only a string slice. There is no such thing as a static string in here. Really? How does that even work? How do we have strings in here? How do we even get strings in here? This is interesting. We can do it through Dyn, but there can be strings in the template. I gotta figure this out. All right, let's keep reading though. It's possible to assign a value from the state to attributes by taking a pending value from the state. The pending values result in actual value by sending it to that. Wow, okay. So this could be done, Hakyo. This can be done. So we can make it pending and then set it. So you could have just had the string on your state. I didn't know this. Who wrote this shit? Okay, apparently I did. So there is a way of having strings. I just didn't. So you remember your cloud string? If you would have made that part of the state, this could have worked. It is possible to assign a value from the state to an attribute by taking a pending value from the state. Although then, no, that doesn't make any sense because then you would have just... No, so ignore that. That's dumbassery. I'm being a big dummy. I think... I don't know how strings are actually written in there. So when we go to parse a template, the value for this node here, if we find the value part of this, the value is going to be an expression. So when we go to evaluate said expression, where's the expression evaluation? Yeah, exactly, right? That makes much more sense, right? Where are the expressions in here? Here we go. Not lookup, but resolve. Oh, of course. Because the expression doesn't end. We don't have to allocate anything. My goodness, what a thicko. Okay. Then maybe we have to add an own string into the state. But that becomes really confusing because now you have to think about string slices and own strings. But we cannot put the own strings on the common val because these have to remain copy types. Right? This has to be as cheap as chips, right? Yeah, this one doesn't really make sense that it exists. Unless... Oh, can we do this and have zero copy? Sorry, zero allocations for sharing the message? Wait, I need to try something out. Okay, let's get rid of some state, my chat message, blah, blah, blah. Okay, root. Yeah, we'll do it in here. Let's build this thing. So inner state, where is the ammo file? So we have username and password here. They will be nothing. And we want the input now. Here's the input. Forget you, Graphy. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, it probably did work. Right, that works. However, what is actually happening is that we are doing this. Okay, now I am getting very excited here. Can we just map that value? That would be insane in the mainframe if we can do this. Okay, so username. And we're going to have to put a done bool here. Okay. Don't. Almost wrote don't again, right? So if it's username and self dot done, it's not true, then self dot done is true. We're doing something kind of stupid here. But can we do this? To pending. No, because it's not a state value. It's a common val. If it was a state value, then we could have. If we could have taken a pending value from somewhere else, we could have just assigned that to be a reference to that child state, but we cannot. We just get this common val instead because it has to be a common val. And common val cannot contain pending values, I don't think. Although that would be pretty fancy if we could. Where's pending? Our pending copy. Oh, they are. Goosebumps. Wow, okay. So we could maybe do that. Okay, let's try it out just to see if it works, because that's gonna be pretty damn cool if we can. But this is declared somewhere else. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Quit. This is inside anathema state. Can we do this? We can. Okay. Okay, so we're about to do something kind of sketchy. Just to see if it works. So in where we return this thing, we have to make it into a pending value. Where's my input? Where do we emit this thing? No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the publish. Ah, right. So this is because we have to jump through these hoops. I can't even go to context publish. Context. I think Rust Analyzer has soiled itself. All right, but we can find this through the runtime. Okay, so the first thing we do is... Hello, cat person. How you going, mate? The first thing we do is find all this jazz. We're going to box this any state. And we're going to return a shared state from there. Lunch. Or lunch would be pretty good. Okay, maybe we take a lunch break now before I destroy anything. The pending thing there is a bit sketchy, but we're getting there. I don't know if I want the pending thing to be there. It's kind of a bit awkward. It's actually not something I want. We're gonna do something else instead. Pending value, be gone. Okay, we're definitely not gonna have you in there. We're gonna get rid of that. Quick, fast. Not at all, cat person. I just need to take a lunch break and eat some chili, and then I'm back again. We're going for gold today, right? So instead of doing this, what if I could then do? Do we need an initialization step on the component? Maybe we do. Maybe we need like something like a mount, what have you, right? So we have this component ID here. What we could do is we can then emit a message. So really what I'm after is for this input to be able to emit a pending value. I mean, we could just make another component and try it with that, right? But let's take like 20, 30 minutes of just taking a break so I can eat some chili, and then we're going to come back and continue this thing, right? We're very close to release. I don't know what we're missing in terms of... it's mainly documentation, right? It's mainly documentation that we're missing. Let's have a look at this thing, right? So yeah, this thing is kind of nonsensical. I think we could just publish the pending value, and that would be pretty good. So when we come back, I'll do an experiment with that. But I think that we have almost everything we need for the associated events and everything like that. So I'm going to pass you guys over to someone else because I'm not going to leave the stream running and not be here. We have DevDad, Spayers, and Cakes. I guess we can raid Spayers back again, right? Let's do return the raid for a bit, right? And I'll be back in a little bit. I'll announce it on Discord as well. If you're not on the Discord, then sort yourself out and go here. And I'll be back. We'll be locking it up. All right. We try to release. All right. See you in a bit.